Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The impact from Snake's strike sent shockwaves through the forest, crackling with electricity. Barely kept his footing, the air searing around him. Crimson binding was already active, its blood-red threads stabilizing his body before he could be crushed by the follow-up strike. A blood manipulation piercing blood. A crimson line shot out, cutting through the air. The attack sliced into Snake's scales, bursting blood from its side. The serpent hissed, more annoyed than wounded. Its sheer size made its precision seem insignificant. A crimson binding. He crushed a blood bag from his robes, the liquid twisting into a long rope that latched onto a nearby tree. Using it like a grappling line, swung away through the trees, lightning flashing behind him as Snake tore through the forest in pursuit. This modified version of crimson binding demanded control and focus, but it let him move with spider-like agility, just fast enough to stay ahead of the rampaging. From the distance, tracked the movement, eyes narrowing. "I'll go after him," he said. "If I can stop him, I will. If not, I'll regroup." Maki smirked, spinning her onto her back. "I'll deal with the robot, go." She vanished into the foliage, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. Followed the trail of destruction Snake left behind, splintered trees, cracked earth, and arcs of stray electricity. Stayed mobile, darting from branch to branch, manipulating his blood rope to keep distance. Stayed hidden watching. "He's using piercing blood again," he murmured. "Why repeat the same move unless..." Something clicked in his mind. He activated 10 shadows. Unleashed another piercing blood, the crimson streak drilling through Snake's dissipating body. The wound began regenerating immediately, but didn't falter. Blood gathered around his arms, twisting into thick tendrils. "So you still won't show yourself," he muttered, breath sharp. "Fine then, blood manipulation." A volley of piercing blood bursts rained down like red bullets, engulfing Snake in a storm of blood and light. His cursed energy was fading fast. He knew his technique well enough to understand the principle: stronger meant heavier strain. If he destroyed it, the summoner would be forced out of hiding. Then he could pull into close quarters combat. But then Snake began to melt, not die but dissolve. That's not how it dies, realized too late. The serpent scattered into hundreds of miniature snakes, each one hissing as it darted through the air. Had combined rabbit escape into the summoning, multiplying it into a swarm. The air filled with tiny, winged serpents that blurred through the shadows, striking from every angle. His eyes widened as he drew a crimson blade from his blood, bracing himself as the swarm closed in. Adhai leaned back, watching the live feed with satisfaction. The battle was nearly decided. Maki's fight against was ending too. Her control over terrain let her vanish from his sensors, striking the finishing blow cleanly. Elsewhere, An's fight looked like chaos, but anyone watching closely could tell it was training. Took every hit, learning mid-battle, while lectured him between blows. Frowned at the screen. "They're not going to go too far, are they?" Chuckled, relaxed, on standby, knows where to stop most of the time. The real combat unfolded near the central zone. Panda and encountered the Kyoto team, Momo in the air and on the ground and leading the charge with her staff. Panda cracked his neck, bit of an unfair matchup, huh? "Unbalanced, not impossible," replied. The fight erupted in a storm of motion. Panda went straight into guerrilla mode, his fists heavy enough to distort the air, countered with her staff, the impact reverberating through the clearing. Then Panda froze, eyes wide. "That wasn't physical, it hit my core." His weapon glowed faintly. It was a soul-affecting curse tool. while Panda reeled and coordinated fire from a distance, suppressing speech with rubber rounds and air mobility, countered fiercely, nailing cursed spikes through the trees to redirect their movement. His voice softened. That's N-Clan precision, impressive for a first year. Leaning back with a grin, replied, technique only matters if you've got the skill to use it. The matches were heating up, but before the tension could peak, burst into the room. Urgent report, special grade citing Shizuoka prison, 2 sorcerers dead, same signature as the face hardened his group. He stood immediately. I'll handle it, stay here and secure the repository. If they're going after's fingers, we can't risk splitting resources. Nodded, understood, I'll send you partway, be careful, it could be bait. Moments later, both disappeared through teleportation technique, reappearing outside Shizuoka. This is your stop, said quietly. If this is a trap, they might be trying to lure us both, don't underestimate it. I won't, replied, eyes narrowing, and if they are, I'll make sure they regret it. He vanished into the forest, leaving standing alone on the roadside. Exhaled, staring toward the horizon. If they know about the repository, he murmured. His eyes turned cold. Then someone's been talking. By the time reached the prison, it was worse than. The curse had first registered with a weak signature, so the response team sent only a first grade and a second grade. What should have been a quick purge ended in 2 deaths. Before they died, the 2 sorcerers managed one thing. They deployed and reinforced a curtain, sealing whatever was inside. The emergency call went out right after. The auxiliaries outside were stunned to see arrive so fast. They'd barely finished reporting. Tokyo High status report, he said, voice flat and controlled. A staff member bowed. The curse is powerful, most here couldn't escape. Inside, it may already be too late. Your priority is extermination. Nodded and stepped through the curtain. Someone behind him whispered a prayer. Inside the prison, the air felt off. The curse's signature was faint, almost impossible to pick out. He moved through the corridors and found bodies first, prisoners sprawled as if dropped mid-run, expressions frozen in shock. No wounds at first glance. On closer inspection, a pinprick near the carotid. Thin, precise, pale, drained skin. Dozens more inmates, staff, all the same pattern. They had tried to flee and had been stopped in an instant. Rooms themselves bore the mark of the curse. Walls warped, shadows deepened, released a wave of cursed energy. No reaction, no residual fluctuations. Then a whisper from behind a thick partition, "Save me." No flashed, he sliced through reinforced concrete like paper. An inmate stumbled out, eyes dilated with terror. A monster, it's still here, he gasped. Reached for the man and the prisoner collapsed, dead in a heartbeat. Warm, no visible injury but no pulse. The man's cursed energy had vanished, as if emptied. A soul-level attack, murmured. 2 methods, he thought. One that drains the body, another that takes the soul. 2 attackers or a single curse with 2 techniques. His reverse cursed technique ran constantly, physical damage would heal. That kept his body safe but did nothing for a damaged soul. Something shifted, an attack triggered his reverse technique, but there was no form to strike, did not immediately stop time, that left a dangerous gap. He moved unpredictably, probing for range. No hits came while his technique was inactive, so this was not long range. He stepped into a wider chamber and activated Time Rain, a barrier-infused extension of his power to sense anything that crossed it. Then he stood still. An assault hit, no physical pain. His thoughts clouded briefly, then cleared as his reverse technique reversed the effect. Soul strike, he said, not just most sorcerers could not perceive or defend the soul. That made this curse lethal in a way conventional techniques could not handle. Only his constant reverse cursed technique and time-based abilities offered protection. If the curse could reach his soul, it had to be close. Time stop, 200 meters of cursed energy and motion folded into stillness. There it was, frozen midair, a grotesque cat-shaped cursed spirit, translucent black-violet flesh, a single vertical red eye in its face, 2 tails, massive human-like limbs grafted to its frame, a real human face matted into its side, frozen in agony, not a mimicry, actual flesh. A fusion, said Cold, like an experimental chimera but worse. He moved, no severed the head cleanly, and Spider Cutter pinned limbs to the floor. Time resumed. The curse fell close to death, the severed head twitching. From the human mouth came a faint, broken plea, "Save me." Too late, this was not possession or a simple host, it was soul fusion. The human was gone, only the last instinct remained. The curse began to erase itself from existence, not dissipation, an erasure, not normal, pressed on and drove the Shura shadow blade through the core, the red eye dimmed. Still, something nagged him, it was not finished. He kept sweeping the prison room by room. No survivors, doors clawed open, some chambers looked as if something enormous had torn through them. The killings were coordinated, deliberate, calculated. "Scroop," he said under his breath. Then the curse reappeared, time stop, the returned identical and hideous. This time gave no quarter, no gleamed and struck. Each time the curse fell, it revived, he killed it again and again. 86 deaths, with every resurrection it weakened. Its invisibility thinned, soul attacks dulled. At some point his strikes no longer required time stop, he cut it apart in normal time. On the final revival the curse could no longer resist. Impaled it mid-scream, it vanished, this time truly gone. Silence settled over the prison, sheathed his blade in a single practiced motion, expression unreadable. He looked up past the curtain to the sky. 86 lives, one curse, no survivors. He turned away, voice low and certain, this will not be the last. Just like at high school, the victims were completely drained of blood. It's safe to say the same group is responsible. Stood beside, calmly explaining the prison incident. Around 700 people were killed, more than last time. If this is for a ritual, he continued, then it's terrifying, and I have a feeling this is only the beginning. Rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As expected, curse users infiltrated the school. We're still unsure how they discovered its location, but they were weak. We've already captured them and they're under interrogation. Oh, sensei. Shifted the topic. The cursed spirit I encountered, though, was unusual. It caused direct soul damage, and more importantly, it was fused with a human. The technique used resembles one developed by the higher-ups. The smile faded, his expression grew serious as he adjusted his posture and sat upright. I'll handle this. Those old fools might be stubborn, but even they have to explain this. Leave the politics to me, you young ones should enjoy yourselves. Oh, and this year's individual battles, I changed them to a lottery system, added with a smirk. We're playing baseball this time, you can join. Not a lottery, huh? Flashed a bright smile, his white teeth gleaming, then turned and walked off. Sighed, he could already guess what would happen. If every lot drawn said baseball, then it was definitely Sensei's doing. The first round of the exchange event ended, just as had predicted, brought the match to a close and unintentionally became his new best friend. As declared, the individual battles were now set to be a baseball game, scheduled 2 days later. The curse users who had infiltrated High were questioned, but no meaningful information was extracted. They'd simply received instructions to invade a place. By the time they realized they were up against, it was already over. Fortunately, no one from High was harmed. In fact, several curse users were taken out by the students themselves. The only casualties were some minor cursed spirits caught in the crossfire. When returned from confronting the higher-ups, his satisfied smile said it all. Understood, they couldn't explain how a forbidden technique known only to the headquarters was used by the enemy. Whether it was stolen or leaked, someone had to be held accountable. But was more concerned about the stolen blood and the motive behind these attacks. If the goal were to revive, would be the obvious target, yet these attacks had nothing to do with. Linking it to the earlier Bone Woman and the recent, it seemed his group had mastered a similar technique. That could only mean one thing, they were trying to revive something else, something tied to the legendary No. In lore, names like and No were more than just myth. Even if distorted through time, their mention was serious enough. combined with recent moves, suspected their ambitions were far greater than just chaos. After sharing his theory with, was surprised by his calm response. Had already suspected the same and scoured the ancient family records but found no trace of, or even the N and families turned up empty. What about Master? Does he know anything? Asked. Shook his head. I asked. He said he's never seen a curse like and doesn't know much about cursed objects either. Said he stayed isolated too long. Frowned, then we're back to square one. These curses are like rats in a sewer, disgusting and impossible to pin down. Chuckled, nice analogy, but don't worry, we'll find their weakness. This matter, along with the whereabouts of Scroop, became top priority. Predictably, after the incident, the curses vanished again. With few capable of tracking special-grade spirits and limited surveillance from the windows, all could do now was focus on the upcoming event. And so, under the judgmental gazes of, and the students drew their lottery. Of course, every slip read baseball. No one questioned it. The match took place under clear skies. High had no shortage of fields or equipment, but... You've never played baseball? Maki asked incredulously. Tilted his head, it's just hitting and throwing the ball right. Maki was speechless. Panda and the others began warming up in full gear, but Maki realized didn't even understand the rules. Maki, I'll teach him, volunteered eagerly. He wasn't a fan, but he understood the basics well enough. After the crash course, stepped onto the field confidently. Got it, just hit it where they can't catch it. Oh, this guy, Maki sighed. The rule was no techniques or cursed energy. Otherwise, it'd be a death match. But even without techniques, the raw strength of Maki and alone made things intense. Oh, crack. Swung the bat, the ball shot into the sky and cleared the fence. His eyes easily tracked the ball's arc. All that matters is that they can't catch it, he muttered, satisfied. A nice hit, Ron shouted. Maki narrowed her eyes again. Resting the bat on his shoulder, smirked. The result won't change, I told you this game's simple. Suddenly, the next pitch flew in like a bullet, barely reacted in time, slicing it back with a screeching swing. And that was close, this bat's sturdier than I thought. At the field's edge appeared, sunglasses on and grinning, flanked by Kyoto's team. Due to his presence, Kyoto was one player short, granting them the right for one student to use. And that student was... That's legal, Maki yelled, watching the ball curve unnaturally midair and land right into his glove. Red blood manipulations. The game quickly turned competitive. Kyoto had and Tokyo had Maki, and between shouts, hits, and trick pitches, the baseball match became a lively event under the summer sun. And elsewhere, stared into a rippling pool of blood where a long sword hovered above the surface. How many more sacrifices are needed? He asked. Stood nearby, smiling calmly, 3 or 4 more. Before could complain, added, we need to take our time, this technique is interesting. Let the defective ones gather what we need first. Anne growled, what if they hide his fingers, what if we can't collect all 20? Dipped a finger into the pool. The red drop clinging to his fingertip reflected his face like a jewel. Don't worry, that was just a warm-up. If they try to keep the fingers, we'll handle it. When chaos erupts, they'll be too distracted to protect anything. Even the strongest can't be everywhere at once, he added. That title is heavier than it looks. He flicked the blood off his finger, then turned to, stay hidden for now, dying for nothing is foolish. Exhaled fire and smoke. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not dying for free either. That brat, with our techniques, he's nothing. A smile remained, but something cold shimmered beneath it. Is that so? What about death that erases you entirely? Sneered, you think we're doing this just for ourselves? If it takes my death to make curses live as humans, I'll take it. I won't need to laugh 100 years from now. Nodded, then let's show this stagnant world something new. A junior high city. From June to September, deaths occurred across Yokohama and Nagoya. The victims all died the same way after complaining about their automatic doors malfunctioning, yet no one else had those issues. Digging deeper, investigators found they all had one thing in common: they had attended junior high. This new mission was assigned to the 3 first years. After the previous events, the higher-ups had little choice but to tolerate its presence. And knew the school well. They had attended it together and still in a coma had once walked these halls. Abilities users, what's that supposed to mean? Are you talking about actual superpowers? Looked puzzled after hearing's words. Leisurely stirring sugar into his coffee, explained they're just sorcerers. It's just the overseas branding that makes them sound fancier. At the core, they're people born with techniques, maybe refined through inheritance or personal development. The terminology changes with culture. He took a sip before continuing. You know, not all official organizations abroad are friendly with our community. Some are hostile. Recently, a group of so-called abilities users entered Japan. Of course, was familiar with foreign sorcerers. During the Cursed Spirit incident in the Arctic region, he had encountered a few. Compared to native sorcerers, most foreign ones were weaker and rarer. He'd seen outsiders amongst faction, but if Sensei was bringing it up, this wasn't just another cultural visit. So they're here with an agenda. We're not sure yet. A lot of them came in under legit IDs, and deporting them would be troublesome and pointless. But their timing is too suspicious. We've been dealing with a lot of curse-related chaos lately. Shrugged, so I need you to handle this. Nothing violent unless necessary, just get a sense of what they're after and make it clear we're not to be trifled with. Downed his coffee and gave a thumbs up. No problem, let's see what kind of spellwork these tourists brought with them. Tokyo. These guys are a trip. Stood outside a traditional style. Intelligence confirmed this was where the group was staying. Despite being from different nations, they had formed a makeshift tour group, almost all of them superpowered. Found the whole setup ridiculous. Tourists who just happened to be sorcerers, if it wasn't suspicious, it was downright absurd. He knocked. A blonde man with blue eyes answered, foreign in both looks and the cursed energy leaking from his body. He didn't move from the doorway. Who are you? What do you want? He asked in clumsy Japanese. Smiled and switched to perfect English. Local authority, I'm here to talk. The man, clearly surprised by his fluency, glanced around and saw was alone. After a moment, he stepped aside. You've got guts, come on in. He led into a large tatami-floored room. A dozen people were gathered, most foreigners, all radiating cursed energy. A middle-aged man with a salt and pepper beard scowled. Who the hell is this? You brought a sorcerer in here. Shrugged, he said he's from local authority, came alone. Everyone turned to look. The older man narrowed his eyes, then muttered to someone beside him, white hair, not too young. As tension thickened, the man leaned forward. So you're their envoy? What, too short-staffed to send someone older? You'd be more useful if you were a petite girl. I prefer the local women. Snickers rippled through the group. A woman with snake-like eyes stood and slithered toward with a smile that was all venom. He's a cute one, you geezers step back, he's mine. His eyes flicked to the bracelet on her wrist, pale white, embedded with what looked like human teeth. Classy. He sighed and cleared his throat. I'm here to inform you. A hulking man stood up, easily over 2 meters tall and shirtless. Let's welcome our guest. I'll play first. You can have what's left, Snake Girl. Bastard wait, the older man started, but it was already too late. The giant's face twisted in confusion, clutching his throat. Blood began to spurt through his fingers. He tilted his head. Better hold that. I was merciful enough not to sever it all at once. With your build, you'll last a little longer. The others froze, alarmed. Let's not waste time, you're not tourists, so I'll make this clear, behave. Someone opened their mouth to curse him out but coughed up blood instead, raised a finger. That's 2. He stepped forward calmly. You're just like the curse users I've dealt with. Maybe you're used to calling the shots wherever you come from, not here. If this were up to me, none of you would leave this building. A chilling silence fell, then turned to the snake-like woman. You talk, why are you here? She froze, then just as she opened her mouth, pain shot through her wrist. Her hand dropped to the floor, bracelet and all. Oh, I hate cursed accessories, now continue. Pale, sweating, she smeared black ointment on the wound to stop the bleeding. There was a post on the shadow web. Someone claimed they developed a drug that lets us absorb and use cursed spirits like a fusion, more power, extended. As expression darkened, this sounded exactly like twisted experiments. Who posted it? Don't know, the site's anonymous, no registration, the poster was new. You said there was a video, show me. The video was set in a dim room. A hulking, mutated man stood at the center. His limbs were grotesquely modified, he was trembling. The experiment was a success. Roughly grade 2 level now, no weaker because combat sense still matters. Using it on regular humans is a waste. The audio was distorted but recognized the tone. It reeked of group. Subtitled in English, the video offered fake stats and promises, pure bait. But to desperate mercenaries chasing power, it would be irresistible. These people were drawn here as sacrifices, muttered. He had the woman copy the video and handed her a flash drive. You've been warned, cause trouble, and I'll finish what I started. He turned to leave. Pushing past the twitching corpse of the large man, he politely shut the door behind him. Inside, no one spoke for a long time. I thought only the white-haired guy was dangerous. I didn't even see this one move, someone murmured. Stood drenched in sweat, the snake woman collapsed to her knees. That drug, she whispered, it's not worth it, he's a demon. But another voice inside her whispered darker things. What if it worked? What if I could reach that power? After reporting the situation to headquarters and requesting close surveillance of the foreign, contacted on his way back. In Japan, most sorcerers are officially registered with headquarters. Even the freelance ones remain within its awareness. The rest are usually curse users. But why would Side deliberately lure foreign sorcerers into Japan? In that video, the strange figure recorded in it showed unnatural physical features, something even a regular camera could capture. That detail was especially concerning, because if a standard device could record it, then anyone could view the footage. Not just people within the underground shadow web, but ordinary civilians too. That was a problem. The world has always hidden itself from public knowledge. Most civilians can't perceive cursed spirits or the phenomena created by cursed energy. The veil of secrecy remained intact because of this. Even so-called insiders usually only understood a fraction of the truth. But that video, it was like opening Pandora's box. Initially, people might dismiss it. After all, monster videos were nothing new online. But someone would eventually take it seriously, test its contents, verify its claims, and when they did, they'd find the truth. Had no doubt that if needed, whoever released that footage would also leak additional proof to back it up. If he were in a civilian's shoes, he'd see it as the discovery of a new kind of resource, something with limitless potential. Whether or not the alleged drug actually extended life, just the promise of power was enough to spark global chaos. After all, if you could turn someone into a monster that could shred livestock with their bare hands, what government wouldn't be interested? People wouldn't hesitate to test this theory through experimentation, surveillance, or abduction. And if that happened, it wouldn't just be a handful of sorcerers sneaking in. Sorcerers, especially those without techniques are still human. Most can't survive conventional military force. And with the world already strained by his actions, another crisis could collapse everything. But then, why only publish that video on the shadow web instead of a public platform? Frowned as he muttered, things are starting to spiral, everyone needs to be careful. Oh, the next day. Reading a message on his phone, paused and gestured for to hold off. He made a quick call. I handle the investigation for now. I've got something to deal with here. I'll head your way once I'm done. He hung up, nodded at, and allowed him to continue. Quickly explained the issue foreign again. While some had quietly withdrawn after their last encounter, others remained. A few acted alone and were harder to track. One of them made contact with an ordinary civilian and disappeared from our surveillance for a while, reported. When our team engaged, he injured them easily and fled. The civilian has no curse potential, but he was marked by some kind of. All local transport had been secured, they hadn't escaped yet. Got it, let's go, said as he stood. Where's Sensei? I haven't seen him recently. Starting the car, paused as waved him off and continued. Recently, we've received repeated false alarms, like the ones at Third High and the prison. Weak curses, nothing dangerous. But because of what happened last time, has been responding personally to each case. And we've diverted a lot of our manpower to track these foreign and contain the fallout from that shadow web leak. It confirmed the target's location on his map. I'll handle it myself, you stay at High and keep watch. With that, he activated his technique and vanished. Though not a teleportation ability, his technique accelerated his time, letting him move at extreme speeds. It still required foot travel, and using it too long meant pushing his limits. Even so, it was ideal for situations like this. 88 Bridge. Went there once too, thought as he neared the area was investigating, could that curse have triggered her coma? Probably not. According to his data, the victims struck by the curse didn't die at once, nor did they exhibit similar symptoms. Still, that curse needed to be dealt with. Then received new intel. Good news, they had located the rogue. Bad news, he had lost control. Several people were dead. A local team had arrived to contain him, but the situation was dire. A train station interior. The station was eerily empty. Just minutes ago, the rogue had tried to escape via Shinkansen, but went berserk, killing several civilians before being intercepted by patrol sorcerers. He's catching up. The lone woman in the team reported breathlessly. Her technique, real game, recreated real-world environments in her mind and mirrored enemy movement like a live battle simulator. However, its combat predictions were grim. 21 simulations, all of them ended in their deaths. The enemy's strength exceeded all projections. He's adapting too fast, muttered, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Calm and methodical, created jagged air barriers behind them while generating stairs that led up and away. Their power-type brawler smashed through the ceiling and helped them escape to the next floor. He's getting stronger, reported grimly. Every second we run, he evolves. The enemy was no longer human. Its body mutated with bone spikes and disproportionate muscles. It now resembled a grotesque monster nearly 3 meters tall. We have to draw him deeper into the station. If he gets outside, civilians will die. Grit her teeth, all escape routes were damaged. Their only option was to die stalling him. Let's lead him underground, she said. Even if we die, someone will avenge us. But just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Calm, confident, unfazed. Looks like I'm not too late, be careful. His voice broke the tension. She had sensed the monster's movement and warned the others, but when she turned, it was still standing in place. Then, without warning, the towering creature surged forward, crashing through the debris. Reflexively prepared to push his technique to its limit, but what happened next stunned everyone. The monster charged, then, like a corrupted video skipping frames, it snapped back to its original position. It charged again, and again it glitched back, trapped in a loop. What is this? Muttered. Is this really a special grade? The monster, once relentless, was now no more than a glitching puppet caught in a time loop. Walked over silently. Only fragments of human appearance remained on the monster: torn clothing, warped skin, barbed claws and scales, a tail strong enough to fracture concrete, and bone spurs lining its body. Its sheer physical strength alone had been devastating, even without the use of any technique. Report the situation," said calmly. Quickly composed herself and relayed the details. Her technique, real game, gave her an exceptional memory, and she recited everything with precision. As listened, his eyes remained on the creature, his thoughts turning. This one was different, similar in nature to the cat-demon infusions, but closer to the original template, more human. He released the technique, binding the monster. The instant the loop ended, the monster lunged but moved first. He met the charge head-on, crashing into it. The impact cracked stone pillars. Then, with a metallic grinding, 3 ethereal blades manifested and pinned the creature to the ground. A time wheel spin. Forming a precise madra, activated his technique again, this time controlling the process with delicate precision. Slowly, the monster's enormous frame shrank. It began to speak coherent words, not guttural roars. Where is this?" To everyone's disbelief, the monster had regained self-awareness. Had confirmed his suspicion. By accelerating the transformation, he had brought the host's consciousness back. Though still monstrous in form, the being was thinking again, like a cursed fusion version of a sorcerer. This one had fused not with an unawakened human, but as something even the higher-ups hadn't achieved. Noted the implications. Perhaps this was what the higher-ups termed a perfect adapter. The restrained monster, now identifying himself as, stared blankly as reality returned to him. The pain was real, but so was the rush of newfound power. He tore the blades from his body, healing slowly, not through reverse cursed technique, but sheer regenerative force. But as he turned to flee, he exhaled a dense cloud of violet smoke, obscuring vision with a haunting shimmer. Didn't give chase immediately. A thinking monster was always more dangerous. It had retained enough human awareness to retreat, unlike the rampaging beasts before. As dashed away, simply warned, "Be careful of the gas," then vanished. Seconds later, a thunderous crash echoed. The ceiling burst open and his body slammed into the ground, coughing blood. A massive gash cleaved through his torso, dropped in from above, knowing hand. Despite his wounds, began regenerating again, slowly but surely. Watched him rise, his monstrous form barely holding onto its humanity. He pondered, could beings like this even be called human anymore? Humans didn't heal like this. Humans didn't wield time-based techniques or slice through steel or control space, and yet looked human too, didn't he? As stood, felt a subtle shift. The monster's cursed energy flared, with a crack of joints lunged. Caught the wind of the attack. In one swift motion, he drove no into his gut, but ignored the pain and lashed out with his other clawed hand. Responded instantly, drawing from the descending black mist. With a backward slash, he severed his hand, then kicked the monster away, cleaved the air, blocking an invisible attack to his side. "Oh, you figured it out already," grunted. "You attacked my shoulder," said, his voice steady. Then a mirror strike followed from the same angle, your technique, some kind of delayed reflection. "Close," muttered. "It's called Ghost in the Mirror. When I strike, a mirrored version of the same attack launches from a nearby space. It doesn't need to connect, it just happens." Didn't reply. He had heard enough to estimate the threat level, and with battle, estimates were all he needed. Suddenly grabbed a nearby concrete block laced with exposed rebar and hurled it toward. At the same moment, he activated his technique again, hiding behind the obstructing debris. "You probably think I have to hit you for the effect to trigger, but now, with your vision blocked, I'll use your own sword to finish you." In an instant, thrust no from his position, confident the mirror would do the rest. But was no longer there. O's voice came from behind him. "Your technique has decent range, that's rare." Froze, a chill crawling up his back. Before he could turn, he collapsed. His balance failed, his limbs no longer attached. Calmly retrieved his blades, remained clean, no glowed faintly. Then activating Amber sealed the fallen, a technique that could restrain or preserve, and in this case it served to suppress entirely. His severed limbs reverted, the cursed energy stopped flowing, all attacks ceased, defeated could only watch in stunned silence. Called out to the others, "I've restrained him, keep watch until the others arrive, he's still useful, I'm leaving now." He placed a hand on each of their shoulders, channeling reverse cursed technique to heal their injuries, then disappeared. "He's so strong and honestly kinda cool looking too," said, feeling the effects of the healing wash over him. Rolled her eyes, but in truth she quietly agreed. "Let's just make sure this guy doesn't go anywhere, where are you?" Moving swiftly under the cover of night, called as he approached the 88 bridge. After a delay, it was who answered. "San, we're by the roadside. When we fought the cursed spirit, used domain expansion. He collapsed after that." With their location confirmed, rushed over and found the trio and waiting nearby. By the time he arrived, had just regained consciousness. Answering's call, walked over. "Looks like you dealt with the curse," noted. Silently handed him something he'd been gripping even in unconsciousness. Took it and frowned. It was one of his fingers, radiating malignant cursed energy. Crouched, healed with a touch of reverse cursed technique, and muttered, "So exhausted you can't even summon Roundeer." He also restored and who had obediently gathered near. Stretched and let out a breath. It was like the one from the juvenile detention center, just stronger. It should been a mission for higher-ups, but went to that bridge. I had to do something. In the end, I managed to exorcise it with an incomplete domain expansion. Nodded, he understood. Rationally should waited, but emotionally, of course he wouldn't. While waiting for it to arrive, took the chance to debrief on the domain expansion. It took a moment before responding. "It's hard to explain, I didn't think, I just acted. It felt like I merged with the environment. Even though it was incomplete, using my became way easier inside it." Sighed thoughtfully. His own domain, Time Rain, had never fully taken form despite nearing completion. Achieving it first gave him pause. Perhaps he needed to form a prototype and then refine it, but even that path might just yield a slightly improved Time Rain, not worth it. Domain expansion was the pinnacle of combat. It wasn't just about technique, it had to reflect a sorcerer's innermost essence. Each domain was unique, even when based on similar abilities. Sensei's unlimited void didn't empower his blue or red techniques directly, it instead overloaded the opponent with infinite information, crashing their minds. In contrast, Chimera Shadow Garden made his techniques nearly effortless inside its shadow-drenched terrain. He'd even fused Great Serpent and Max Elephant, not a mere stacking of effects, but genuine technique amplification. It wasn't just about strength, it was about understanding oneself. Do I need that kind of pressure to push through? But even if I spar with Sensei, it's not real, there's no intent to kill. Before could spiral further into thought, arrived, visibly flustered. She had been left behind when the trio went off mission. When she realized they weren't at the hotel and didn't answer her calls, she searched everywhere, only to find them after they had already exorcised the curse. She stormed over, her voice sharp. "San, what are you doing here? Did you handle the curse?" "No," replied calmly, "they did, I only just arrived." Froze in surprise as handed her something. The moment her hand touched the object, her expression twisted, finger. The curse at 88 Bridge had been a special grade. She didn't know whether to reprimand them for recklessly confronting such a threat or praise them for surviving it. After sealed the finger, the team returned to High. Back at High. "Oh, come in." Pushed open the door. The room was sterile, filled with machines, medical beds, and a wall of glass jars housing strange objects. "Oh, Sensei-san." And stood beside two restrained creatures, one captured by, the other by, both appeared humanoid though warped and monstrous. Grinned, "You're back. Looks like we caught twin freaks. Mine was nearly brain dead thanks to unlimited void, though." Nodded, "They're from the same source, but yours is more useful. His consciousness is still intact thanks to your technique." She glanced at the one captured, its expression blank, hollow from whatever research she'd conducted. Apparently, she'd been using the effects of amber to experiment on him, restoring him repeatedly as she tested his limits. Didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. He even offered, "Need me to reactivate the technique again?" Waved it off, "No need, you've got more important things to handle, let me brief you." The two entities were partially human but far from normal. Their physical enhancements were evident, but even more bizarre was the fusion of cursed techniques. Number one's sample had no usable intel. He'd been a regular criminal before transforming. Number two had fragments of memory about a mysterious figure and something he described as a medicine, which wasn't medicine at all but a processed cursed object. Headquarters' fusion process only works on non-sorcerers, said, and even then it's unstable, but this guy had two techniques, though he couldn't use them together, that shouldn't be possible. Leaned forward, "So whoever developed this went beyond anything we've seen." Interrupted, frowning, "Maybe so, but there's a flaw, they won't live long." Number two's gaze sharpened, "What did you say? I'm going to die." Didn't react, "Your extended life is thanks to his technique. Number one will probably die first." As if on cue, number one began convulsing. In seconds, his body shriveled into a husk. Number two stared blankly, "You lied to me." Looked to anything else you need to study. Shrugged, "Not unless I want to reinvent a whole branch of, this is way outside my expertise." Smirking, added, "Why not ask me? I'm amazing at this stuff." She didn't even glance his way, "Don't you have a mission to get to?" He chuckled, "I've got a talented student, won't take long. Besides, we need to get ahead of this while we can." Sighed inwardly. With more of these modified curses appearing, it was only a matter of time before things escalated. "Oh right," he added, touched on domain expansions. Blinked, "Wait, he used an incomplete domain against a special grade." When confirmed, it grinned wide. "Nice, looks like that kid's making real progress. These things are worthless, their souls are already shattered, they're just disposable tools." Leaned on his hand, eyeing the distorted bodies on the tables with thinly veiled boredom. From the shadows emerged, his presence instantly stirring the otherwise unresponsive figures. Studied the squirming forms like one might admire a painting. Despite complaint, he kept his usual calm smile. "Even failures have value. Without them, my progress in this research wouldn't have come so far." Turned his attention to his mutating hand, exhaling heavily. "You said this would help us deal with the sorcerers. But how? At this rate, we'll be waiting forever." It sounded like a petty gripe, but understood the deeper frustration. His twisted desires weren't being fulfilled. Given the strength of the current top sorcerers, especially that one boy, even surviving an encounter seemed impossible. If the boy fought seriously, the result would be decided in mere seconds. Not everything in this world revolves around. His interest perked slightly. "So that's why you brought in those foreign. Are you planning to target ordinary people too?" Approached two of the restrained subjects who had stopped moving and were now trembling. His smile deepened. "The balance has already shifted. What we need now is a foreign element, something to stir the pot. Only then can our true plans move forward." Rubbed his chin, skeptical. "Are you sure that's enough to handle the sorcerers? We're not bringing back just yet, right?" Retrieved a small bead from his sleeve, mist swirled inside it. He placed it in one of the subjects' mouths. The man began convulsing violently before falling still, breathless. Let out a soft sigh. "Thanks to these volunteers and the many more to come, we'll get there." Oh, 2 days passed. had long since concluded her analysis of the curse samples. The foreign had been unusually well behaved since then, and no further reports of incidents or outbursts had surfaced. Surveillance had been tightened, but no irregularities were observed. They blended into a tourist group so convincingly it was difficult to justify any direct action. Had only dealt with one rogue individual. Handling the entire group would be too much trouble unless absolutely necessary. For now, observation and containment would suffice. But peace is always temporary. That illusion shattered with the arrival of a new report. The Yakuza, they're still relevant, did they trigger a curse outbreak? Looked confused, responded with a snap of his fingers. Yeah, the Yakuza aren't what they used to be. Most of them drifted into gray market industries after reforms. But the police still keep them under pressure. They can't risk any curse-related incidents slipping through the cracks. Handed a document folder. This case actually started before the incident. It was just subtle, no obvious link to at first. Skimmed through the 10 or so pages, eyebrows knitting into a frown. Illegal goods, how is that connected to curses? According to the intelligence, Yakuza in Osaka had been distributing contraband in entertainment venues. Initially, the scale wasn't alarming, but as the product gained popularity, competition disappeared, and the mysterious supplier never raised prices. With profits soaring, the Yakuza turned a blind eye to everything else. Then came the murder. The suspect was a dropout, jobless, and wasting away his family's money. He spent his days chasing fleeting highs until he tried this new product. It changed him. Strength surged through his body, his mind cleared in strange ways, yet he descended deeper into obsession. There were no visible side effects at first, so he abandoned everything else for more. Then one day, returning home, he found his girlfriend in bed with another man. He snapped. Rage fueled him. He fought the stranger, someone clearly more physically fit, and yet he overpowered him with ease. Just as he was about to kill him, his girlfriend stabbed him in the back with a kitchen knife. He pulled it out like it was nothing, his gaze dark. Then he crushed the knife in his hand. The pinned man tried to fight back but was immediately killed. One punch crushed his face, the second deformed his skull. He died on the spot. The girlfriend, paralyzed in terror, could only whimper as she watched. Then, in an unstable frenzy, the suspect violated her before killing her too. According to forensic reports, the girl died before the mutilation occurred. Yet her body was found horribly disfigured, with nearly half of it missing, particularly the torso, thighs, and chest. The room itself was a grotesque canvas, blood soaked everything. The smell alone forced several officers to vomit. The suspect was caught not long after. A half-naked man, drenched in blood and clearly unstable, wasn't hard to find. And yet he went down too easily. Despite the carnage he caused, he offered no resistance during arrest. Later in custody, he broke free of handcuffs and injured an officer with unnatural strength. The police opened fire, and when he died, they finally discovered the truth. He had consumed the missing body parts. His weapons were his mutated hands, bizarre enough to evade bite mark detection, powerful enough to tear flesh and bone unaided. More alarming, the police uncovered similar cases after the fact, none as extreme, but all hinting at the same substance. He set down the file, rubbing his temples. This is tied to those foreign, isn't it? Nodded. Yes, not the exact same fusion technique, but the same principle. Those drugs are infused with cursed energy. They don't bestow techniques, but they can enhance physical capabilities at the cost of mental collapse. The local police are raiding every known site, but we can't wait. You're heading to Osaka, get answers. This can't be allowed to spread. This marks the beginning of a new age. Sat comfortably on a plush sofa, addressing several sharply dressed executives with imposing auras. Beside him stood a woman in a pale kimono, her short silver hair falling neatly around her face. If she had been standing in snow beside blooming plum blossoms, nature itself might have faded in comparison. After showing them a video filled with disturbing events, skepticism still lingered on their faces. Didn't bother to argue. Have any of you heard of? He gestured for the woman to bring over a tray. These are special viewing tools, please try them on. As the group reluctantly donned the glasses, their expressions shifted from doubt to horror. If any sorcerers had been in that room, they'd have seen it too, a horde of twisted, violent, cursed spirits. This is just an illusion, right? Some new AR tech. Smiling, leaned forward. If you still doubt me, how about this? Send out your best soldiers, let's see how they fare against real curses. Osaka. The nightclub, once a bustling source of profit, had gone completely silent. The Yakuza behind it had tried to deflect attention with a scapegoat, but the situation had clearly escalated beyond their control. Not just the underlings, but even the higher-ups, politicians, corporate figures, and corrupt officials connected to this operation were all being targeted and purged. But things weren't moving fast enough. Instead of waiting for the system to slowly trim the weeds, planned to rip out the roots himself. Activating his technique, he casually walked through the nightclub's front entrance. The place was completely empty, no surprise given the recent fallout. Didn't need to ask where the boss was. The two burly guards standing by a side door gave it away. With minimal effort, he incapacitated both men, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, right into a frozen scene of intimacy. A bareback, pale and smooth, was draped in dark, glossy hair. The twisted pose of the two lovers had a dynamic tension, like a painting caught mid-motion. Canceling his technique cleared his throat loudly. Startled, the man jolted upright, shoved the woman aside, and reached into his desk drawer, quickly pulling out a loaded pistol. Ducking behind the sofa, he aimed directly at the intruder. What he saw, however, didn't match the situation in his mind. A young man in a black high uniform, standing calmly, arms relaxed at his sides. "Who the hell are you? How did you get in?" barked, trying to hide his fear behind aggression. Ignored the gun. He walked past like he didn't exist, took a seat on the opposite sofa, and gestured silently for the woman to step aside. The woman, hastily pulling on a robe, shrank into the corner without a sound, sneered and wrapped a towel around his waist before taking the other seat. Spoke first. 42 years old, father of two, unofficial head of he began with a calm smile. At least that's the public story. In reality, you're connected to several factions, including local bureaucrats and corporate networks. Paled, whoever this guy was, he clearly had deep intel information that should have been impossible to gather. "Who are you?" demanded, knuckles white on the pistol grip. Instead of answering, placed a small, clear plastic bag on the table and pushed it forward. Picked it up and immediately recognized what it was. He remembered authorizing its distribution after watching users become stronger, more euphoric. He hadn't touched it himself. He preferred his pleasures tangible, not chemical. But the money it brought in had made it irresistible. That was until the police swooped in. His clubs were shut down, his contacts vanished, his assets were frozen, attempts to flee had been blocked, and now this sorcerer was here for that very substance. "What is this supposed to be?" began, trying to stall. I interrupted. "That's the name you gave it. You've pushed it in your clubs. Don't play dumb." Scowled and waved his gun. "You better watch it, kid. I don't know what you think this is." "Shoot," said flatly. "Froze, what did you say?" "Shoot," repeated, leaning back casually, squeezed the trigger. Hesitated, torn between fear and pride. "What's your angle? You trying to bait me? Want me to kill you so you can slap charges on me?" Didn't answer. In one seamless moment, he entered a time null state, appeared beside, and disarmed him. The pistol was gone before even realized it. He blinked confused, then panicked. Examined the weapon unimpressed. He could easily replicate its power with cursed energy. Still, for ordinary people, a gun was more intimidating than invisible power. He casually pointed the muzzle at and pulled the trigger. A click. Flinched violently, expecting pain. When it didn't come, he opened his eyes and looked down at himself, still alive. His eyes darted to the table, and there it was. A single deactivated bullet casing standing upright. The door burst open, several men in black stormed in, weapons drawn. Boss. A trembling lifted a hand, get out. They hesitated. I said get out, he repeated. Once the room was clear, spoke again. Who supplied you with the I want every detail? I'm not here for you, you're just bait on a hook, don't try anything stupid. A pale but composed nodded. A large man entered, bring everything labeled under number 1's ordered. The man returned minutes later with paper documents and a laptop. It's all here, the system is offline and the files are on this USB, explained. Skimmed the paper copies, then plugged in the USB. The combined data painted a clearer picture, delivery records, transaction logs, surveillance captures. Wasn't a mastermind, just another pawn. More importantly, found what he needed. Had tried to track down the source of the drug after it proved successful, but everyone he found was a dead end, regular people with no clue what they'd been part of, and then came the warning. One morning, without anyone entering his office, the severed head of his subordinate was sitting on his desk. Since then, hadn't dared to dig further. Collected the USB and papers. I'll be taking these, thanks for your cooperation. With a flick of his fingers, the laptop and files vanished into thin air. He turned toward the stunned woman. What are you still doing here? Leave. She bolted. Outside, walked past the guards with ease. They didn't dare stop him. Back inside, stared at the bullet casing, deep in thought. Eventually, he picked up his phone. Hello, honey. I think I want to take that family vacation after all. Later, handed over all the intel too. The documents were enough to expose several key figures. Still, the real puppet masters behind this operation remained hidden. The way ordinary people were being drawn into these incidents reminded of the last case, a civilian caught up in something far beyond their understanding. Unknown techniques affecting non-sorcerers, he muttered. New operation launched. The police and sorcerers acted swiftly, targeting storage points, flushing out suppliers, and confiscating unused doses of. And others involved were rounded up. Authorities escalated their crackdown on similar substances, earning public approval. Eventually, it was confirmed curse users were directly involved. Through the trail left by the ecstasy pill, investigators discovered other variants, substances carrying faint traces of cursed energy. Some raids were met with resistance from cursed spirits, neutralized a few, but was quickly summoned back for an urgent meeting. Returning to High, found not just, but also principal and nearly every faculty member present. The last time he saw such a gathering was during the Since is here, let's begin, said. Today's topic, the cursed energy leak incident. His face turned serious. The United States has contacted currently, the opposing side was still maintaining a semblance of diplomacy. Their wording remained ambiguous, but both parties clearly understood the underlying intentions. After discovering the existence of and learning that Japan had preserved and developed this system over 1,000 years, that greedy superpower naturally wouldn't let go of what they believed to be the key to ushering in a new era. A series of demands, arrogant and presumptuous, quickly followed. Still, it was evident they knew some of the inner workings. They hadn't torn off their masks completely, yet even so, tensions spiked immediately. Among the outrageous demands, they even had the nerve to request sorcerers for their experiments. It went without saying, the community would never allow that. For once, the big three families and the headquarters stood united. Some of the foreign requests went beyond invasive. They were an attempt to dig up the very roots of their world. The majority of the society agreed. This greed would not be tolerated. But rejection was easier said than done. While human weapons were useless against curses, they could still harm sorcerers. Cursed energy provided defense to an extent, but ordinary sorcerers wouldn't withstand snipers, rifles, or heavy artillery. Even the strongest would be challenged by modern weapons or worse, nuclear arms. A full-scale war wasn't an option. At best, it would result in mutual destruction. So the question was, how do they achieve peace without war? Deterrence said flatly, all eyes turned to him. He continued, peace is maintained through power balance. If both sides can destroy each other, neither side dares to strike. Modern peace is built on nuclear deterrence. So, explained, we need to make them understand that we possess power strong enough to warrant their fear. That's how we'll establish peace. But we don't have nuclear weapons, someone began. Understood immediately, we may not have the strongest man-made weapons, but we have the strongest sorcerers. Everyone's gaze turned toward. Could individual power truly serve as deterrence? It wasn't about scale, it was about perception. If a single person could bring destruction, that was enough to change the enemy's mind. I'll go, said. Who had been preparing to volunteer glanced at him, smiled. This kind of job is beyond student training. Besides, my technique is flashier. Oh, sensei. He wasn't wrong. His time null state made him perfect for assassination, slipping past defenses like they didn't exist. He was a natural killer in a world where humans had no defense against cursed techniques. However, was something else, a walking bomb, infinitely regenerating and impossible to ignore. His presence would force the world to pay attention. But understood why insisted on going, it wasn't just about ability. Mostly killed curse users, criminals, or those too far gone for redemption. This time it was different. They were facing soldiers, people following orders, some unaware of what they were involved in. New could do it, but he also knew what such a role would do to him. If the plan failed, whoever carried it out would be labeled the villain who triggered global war. The world wouldn't remember reasons, only consequences. That's why I insisted on going. It was a teacher's burden, not a student's. And with that, the plan was decided. They wouldn't start with brute force. Official negotiations came first. Kyoto would be informed. The leaders would prepare in secret. Even students liked and could sense the tension. At first, only vague hints were given, but as pressure mounted, decided they deserved to know the truth. Unlike principal, believed it wasn't about strength, it was about awareness. They were sorcerers and no protection would last forever. The American delegation. When the Americans arrived, didn't attend the talks. The big three families and headquarters handled them. The first negotiation failed instantly. According to, it was glorious. Apparently, the elders nearly cursed the foreign representatives on the spot. What surprised everyone was that the Americans already knew of and no one dared provoke him. He claimed it was due to his overwhelming reputation, though he added that the old geezers still tried to shift responsibility onto him. When the deterrence plan was proposed, the elders panicked, worrying it would trigger war. But in the end, they yielded. His power and resolve left them no choice. Those old men care more about their legacy than their lives, muttered later. They're just waiting for me to clean up the mess. Laughed Sensei, what if we took over? With your strength and my technique, the world could be ours. Sipping tea and nibbling pastries, reached over to Ruffle's hair. You've been watching too many action movies. Then his tone softened. Don't worry about this stuff, enjoy being young, you'll have plenty on your plate soon. Returning, you'll see him in a few days. As for the mess, this is a crisis, but also a chance. The real threat isn't the higher-ups, it's the one pulling the strings behind them. Operation Deterrence begins. Negotiations collapsed. Everyone finally realized that America intended to seize control of. The world, disgusted by the spinelessness of the official government, began to act. Their foreign enemies, previously overlooked sorcerers, received help from the Americans, gaining mysterious status and protection by mingling with stationed forces. Soon after disappearances began, sorcerers went missing. But retaliation came fast. Those rogue sorcerers and their handlers, 3 leaders and several officers, were killed inside their fortified military base without a trace of the attacker. Their peaceful faces suggested they saw it coming. No one needed to ask who was responsible. Meanwhile, Japan's anti-drug campaign came to a close. The cursed contraband disguised as narcotics had been wiped out. But no one had time to celebrate. The deterrence plan was ready. Tensions hit freezing point. International media swarmed the story. America deployed warships for training exercises, bolstered troop numbers, and began economic pressure. Japan had no choice but to act. The strongest makes his move. Morning dawned. Stood calmly, no blindfold or sunglasses covering his 6 eyes. He waved casually to the students, flashing a smile. "Then I'm off, don't worry, I'm the strongest." He gave a thumbs up, then vanished into the sky. Above the Pacific, massive warships cut through the sea, unmoved by the crashing waves. A commander had been briefed on. At first, he dismissed it until he saw its effects. Now he was a fanatic. He saw as a key to a new world order, one America had to dominate. Their weapons were supreme. Flesh and blood couldn't resist them, no matter how powerful. Once they mastered, global supremacy was inevitable. "Such power should not belong to a small island nation," muttered Smug. Just as he ordered the daily exercise to begin, a black dot appeared in the sky. He laughed, a drone or a fighter jet. But reports came quickly. Radar couldn't track the target. It moved erratically, unnaturally, too small to be a jet. Then came the radio call. "Commander, someone's flying in the air." Rushed out, he saw it. A man floating. He gave the order, "Fire." But before weapons could launch, one of the ships split clean in half, silent and effortless. Explosions filled the sky, but the man remained. He moved again, too fast to track. He raised one hand. "Stop, stop." A roar answered him. Another ship was destroyed. Collapsed, muttering in disbelief. Impossible's commands were useless. Bullets and explosions had no effect on the demon. Every time the flames and smoke cleared, he remained unharmed. Whenever he teleported onto a warship, an invisible force would sink it. Only after putting on the special glasses provided by his superiors did finally see the cause of destruction. A flash of purple light, brief and residual, ripped through the ship's hull and seawater like a blade, unobstructed. The resulting waves from the evaporated seawater crashing back into the void were colossal, but no longer noticed. His heart had turned cold. 41 seconds. To be exact, it could be measured in milliseconds. Every warship under his command had been sunk, leaving only the aircraft carrier he stood on. He and the other soldiers aboard fell into despair. Some dropped to their knees, praying to God. Through blurred vision saw a figure, a tall, white-haired man. His appearance was stunning, even by differing aesthetic standards. But none of it compared to his eyes. Vaster than the sky, deeper than the ocean, more beautiful than any gem had ever seen. "You're the commanding officer, aren't you?" The man spoke in flawless English, his voice clear and cold. Snapped out of his daze, barking hoarsely, "Fire." The soldiers opened fire, but the bullets stopped midair, forming a hovering shell around the demon. "Oh God," a soldier whispered, frozen in awe and terror. With a soft whoosh, the bullet shell scattered, revealing the untouched figure within. Took another step forward. The soldiers, minds broken by fear, could no longer fight what they saw reality. This was no man, this was a demon, a god, or something worse, and the god they had prayed to never came. Driven by the survival instinct, reacted. Drawing his handgun in a flash, he fired directly at. The bullets halted before they could reach those cerulean eyes. Cling. They dropped to the deck, gripped by the neck, and soared into the sky. No. Through his glasses, saw another flash of purple. He screamed, but the man didn't respond. Below, the last aircraft carrier sank, and the surviving soldiers floated like helpless ants in the ocean. Pale and broken, could only whisper, "What do you want?" "A piece, don't worry, it'll be quick, you won't feel a thing." Before the thought fully processed in his mind ceased to exist, a piece of wreckage fell, barely making a ripple. Looked into the distance, then vanished. Though the deterrent mission had only one operative, others weren't idle. Official forces scrambled to rescue the surviving soldiers, who were then placed under containment. Ironically, they owed America thanks for entering the area. Their own coasts had suffered, but information control ensured the public remained unaware of the fleet's annihilation. At Tokyo High, representatives from factions across the world gathered. The waiting period, though short, felt excruciating. When footsteps echoed through the room, appeared at the doorway, his smile said everything was under control. And it was a success. Everyone exhaled. The government official present wiped the sweat from his brow. Though the operation clashed with official plans, they couldn't oppose it. Too many ties bound the world and the government. They needed the sorcerers to resolve the crisis. In turn, the sorcerers acted autonomously while officials managed damage control. Fortunately, the strategy worked. The American fleet had been destroyed, a brutal but effective show of power. The next phase involved smoothing things over diplomatically. The surviving U.S. soldiers would be returned. The aim was peace, not war. By demonstrating power capable of threatening even America's foundation, an uneasy peace began. When your neighbor barks, show him your teeth, then he talks. Underslayed, conservative factions like N and were pressured into making token concessions for negotiation leverage. America wouldn't let go easily. Neon, a global player, was still no match for U.S. influence. When force failed, economic pressure would follow. With curses now revealed, the threat was real and their resolve absolute. Thus came the new plan, cooperation. Foreign lacked organization, often just master-disciple or bloodlines. They couldn't match Japan's old families whose knowledge and influence endured. Despite its decline since the era, things had shifted with the family's divine child. Even without titles, these families retained power, making them more valuable than wild, self-taught foreign. So Japan offered scraps of knowledge to stabilize the West. Once they understood curses, their obsession might fade. As someone once said, destroy their roots, in this case, give them crumbs. Negotiations began, tensions eased, cooperation replaced confrontation. Some nations suspected the truth, a fleet doesn't disappear without notice. Yet America, shamelessly resilient, sat at the table with their executioners. Outrageous demands faded. Foreign stranded in Japan were quietly taken back. What became of them remains unknown. President Palmer swore loudly. As the U.S. head of state, he'd helped plan this operation and was now paying the price. He still remembered the moment the urgent report arrived, the fleet destroyed by a single airborne individual. His first thought, a rival nation trying to provoke war. Then came the details, not a country, a person flying. A Superman, are they high, he'd snapped. But the name stuck, the strongest sorcerer. He'd heard it before, those self-proclaimed curse masters had mentioned him. Palmer didn't believe them then. His fleet wiped out by one man. He convened an emergency meeting, then the man himself appeared. White-haired, calm, holding a severed head. He placed it on the table. Palmer nearly choked. How did he get past security? And then nothing, no violence, no words, just presence. When other officials arrived and saw the head, silence fell. They understood their lives hung in the balance. The worst part wasn't power, it was that no weapon could hurt him. They had no choice but to negotiate. Even now, Palmer shuddered recalling that day. Suddenly, a knock. The door creaked open. Mr. President. Palmer scowled, you again. Strolled in, smirking, bypassing all guards. What do you want now? Palmer said, voice cold. Lounged on the sofa, smiling knowingly. I warned you, didn't I? They're strong. Palmer narrowed his eyes. He had warned them, yes, but not like this. Mr. President said, our goals align. I have a proposal. Then talk. Remember the true nature of curses? Asked. Palmer said nothing. They're born from human negativity, but what happens when the public knows they exist? Palmer's eyes widened. You want to reveal them? That's insane. The existence of curses will be revealed to the public, said with a disturbingly calm smile. And convincing them of it, leave that to me. His tone held a quiet conviction as he continued. Your task is to isolate this place from external interference. Cut off information flow and treat it as a closed zone. Palmer, though initially alarmed, began to process the implication. Even if some of it leaks out, it won't matter. Other nations will likely help cover it up, because no one wants this kind of truth spreading to their borders, added. Palmer's fear shifted into contemplation. If modern weapons couldn't handle sorcerers, what chance did they stand against curses? He clasped his hands within his sleeves, composed as ever. As for the other sorcerers you're so worried about, they'll be preoccupied by the chaos. Palmer took a long breath, straightened up and asked, then tell me, what's the full plan? Later in Japan. With the crisis temporarily under control, most of the heavy lifting fell to higher-ups and strategic units, while ordinary sorcerers returned to their routines. The illegal curse drug, known as, had mostly been removed from circulation, with the supply chain buried deep and thoroughly scrubbed. The residual threats were swiftly managed, in no small part thanks to principle. Curses, however, had grown unusually active. Several recent cases mirrored the blood loss incidents from before, but this time they were ready. This latest creations, cursed corpses disguised as common animals like stray cats and dogs, were tailored to draw out hidden threats. Their only functions were survival and attracting curses. If a surveillance window team identified a suspect location, these corpses would be dispatched and monitored via talismans. If the talisman was destroyed quickly, it signaled a high-threat curse, and elite sorcerers would be sent. If it remained intact, it was likely a diversion, and local agents could handle it. Himself would step in only if absolutely necessary. This system significantly improved efficiency, though himself had grown overworked. According to Panda, he was starting to act more like than he'd like to admit. But for now, things had settled. Large-scale attacks were down, lesser incidents were fewer and more manageable, could finally breathe. The airport. Today wasn't on duty, he was here to pick up an old friend. Only a few flights left. He should landed by now, muttered, glancing at the sparse arrivals list. International travel had slowed, delaying return by days. Not long after, he spotted him, now older and carrying a single duffel bag, waved with a casual grin. greeted him with a warm hug before the two walked out together toward who waited nearby. "How you been?" asked. Returned a familiar smile. "Good, but what happened with that incident? I caught some of it while I was abroad. Sensei told me to hurry back." Still replied, "You coming back means your mission's mostly done, right? We've been short-handed and that situation's only on pause." He sighed and waved the thought away. "Never mind, you just got back. Let's get some food first." They met and headed to a quiet restaurant inn. Over food, recounted everything from the first-year students' antics to the chaos missed. Listened closely, smiling at stories of their old classmates and juniors. The nostalgia was clear in his expression. But the peaceful moment didn't last. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the restaurant. Well-dressed customers abandoned their meals and gathered by the windows. Curious and shifted to get a view, their sharp eyesight quickly picked up the cause. Outside, every giant display screen flickered wildly, then unified, every single screen and now played the same mysterious image. Phones across the restaurant buzzed. Customers found the same video streaming on their devices. A middle-aged man appeared, his voice and face were blank. "We live in a lie," he began. "The world's true face has been hidden, but today I'll show you what's real. Please listen carefully." The screens switched to grainy footage. A lone figure, clearly a sorcerer, moved through a ruined street, striking at invisible enemies. He broke concrete with ease and hurled destroyed vehicles. To the average person, it looked like bad CGI, a failed film promo. Most laughed. But and didn't. Their faces hardened. They're exposing to the public," muttered. Immediately began making frantic calls, ignored his own buzzing phone and kept watching. Whoever was behind this had no intention of making this a local event. The man's voice continued. "Supernatural powers exist, they are called curses, and the ones who battle them are sorcerers." Then came a horrifying display. The man presented a woman tied to a chair, sobbing. He showed a small white pill, the same substance known as. He forced it into her mouth. Moments later, she screamed in terror, "Ghosts, I see ghosts." The woman flailed in panic. Then, as though attacked by something invisible, her body floated and twisted in midair. The crowd watching began to retch and scream. It was real, uncensored, unfiltered. The camera panned back to the man's. "These gifts are already distributed across the country. You've all been deceived for too long. Accidents, suicides, unexplained deaths. Many were caused by curses, and the system never let you see it." Then in a final shocking transformation, the man's flesh warped. His bones broke outward. His skin twisted into a grotesque curse right before the camera cut out. The silence that followed was deafening. People began whispering, shouting, filming again, utterly shaken. Just as was about to move out, another scream tore through the air. The crowd outside scattered in terror. He rushed to the street. A tentacled monster, once human, now mutated by, loomed above panicked citizens. Without hesitation, a single clean strike ended it. He reversed the damage using his technique, restoring a young woman who had just died. Then, seamlessly blending into the crowd, he released his cursed technique again. The bystanders blinked, the monster was gone, the woman was alive. They looked at each other in disbelief. Could they have all imagined it? Didn't wait for questions, he rejoined and by the car, with one urgent nod from understood it was time to head back to high, fast. Name is, I'm 22 this year. My parents divorced when I was very young, so my mother and I depended on each other. After graduating, I joined a well-known company and I thought life was finally getting better, but last year my mother unexpectedly passed away. I already dressed and ready for work, opened his front door and bumped into his elderly neighbor. He forced a polite smile, greeted the man, and descended the stairs without a real response. He had lost his job at the big firm. Emotional fatigue and burnout led to his dismissal. Now he worked at a small company, earning just enough to get by alone. He clasped the subway's handrail, staring blankly at the city lights passing by. Fellow commuters discussed yesterday's bizarre national incident in hushed tones. Since the event happened, authorities have tried to reassure the public, but panic remains widespread. Many cities even saw riots. Not only were shocking videos circulating, but international communication had been disrupted. Messages vanished, posting was blocked, and international flights were grounded. While rumors swirled, the official stance seemed strong, yet what did this have to do with? The answer, he knew, was deeply personal. He had watched the entire video along with everyone else. He'd even recorded it. An ominous voice echoed in his mind, haunting his dreams last night. The dream showed a man in a nearby park who hinted that hidden medicines could reveal the truth. "You don't really believe in ghosts, do you?" a bystander asked. "Curses, that's what they're calling it now. Sounds like an internet stunt." But that footage, it was too vivid. I had nightmares." These snippets looped in his mind: curse, accidental death. The train arrived and he stepped off into a repetitive workday. Sleep-deprived, he nodded off at his desk, drifting into the same dream. Suddenly, a shout and a slammed table woke him. His supervisor was furious, mechanically apologized and returned to his tasks. No one dared fire him now. Talent was scarce. That evening, under the 9 o'clock sky, bought a bento at the nearest convenience store and heated it up. Sitting on a bench, he popped open a beer and stared at his mismatched meal of vegetables, plums, tempura, and a half-cold piece of fish. Without expression, he ate mechanically. His thoughts drifted to his mother's death. He remembered her sudden collapse caught on surveillance cameras. The coroner cited heart failure, but recalled her annual checkup: perfect health, no risk factors, no history of heart disease in the family. He summoned private investigators, but the official verdict stayed: accidental death. He had hoped the pain would fade, but yesterday's video reopened the wound, and the dream offered a terrifying possibility. His mother may have been a victim of a curse. Finishing his beer, he tossed the can and meal into a trash bin. Then he walked toward that park, the one from his dream. That night in the park. "Is this it?" he whispered, heart pounding. The park was nearly deserted. He found a bag filled with small white pills just where he'd imagined. Its resemblance to the one in the video paralyzed him with fear. He tucked it into his jacket and hurried home. Once inside, he locked the door and replayed the recording of the man feeding that pill to a frightened woman. He compared his pill to the video. It was identical. Could taking it reveal curses? His mother's face flashed before him. He swallowed one dry. He knelt, bracing for poison, but nothing happened. "I don't feel anything. Charlatans after all." He tossed the bag away, pulled the curtains, and prepared for bed. Then he noticed something under the outside, a strange shadow, a dog-like creature. He froze. It wasn't a child, but something inhuman. "And it's real." The creature turned. He ducked away, heart racing. He spent the night searching his apartment. No intruders. The creature was real and invisible to cameras. Only he, after taking the pill, could see it. The next morning, exhausted but strangely exhilarated, he left home. By midday, he tested again, popped another pill, and saw more subtle manifestations, likely curses. But when he asked those around him, none saw them. Back at work, he barely focused. His supervisor reprimanded him again. Afterward, his and only friend leaned in. "Ignore that jerk. I noticed you've been off the past 2 days. Is it because of the incident?" I took a steady breath. "Do you believe what the man in the video said?" Hesitated. "Believe it? I've never seen ghosts or monsters. Did you?" Held out his palm. A white pill lay there, gasped. You're not the sort to prank." "It's real. It shows the truth mentioned in the video." He recounted everything: his dream, the pill, the park. Looked skeptical, torn, then, like being compelled, he absently picked up the pill. "We contained what we could, but that day's incident reached far beyond our control. The perpetrators were ordinary people with no recollection, like puppets manipulated behind the scenes, reported in the conference room at Tokyo High. Most citizens remained skeptical, though the police managed the situation quickly and launched a media diversion. Two critical issues persist. He paused, gathering attention before continuing. The first concern is foreign reaction. We now confirm the network shutdowns and communication blocks weren't accidental, they were deliberate. Whether foreign powers are cooperating with the mastermind remains unclear. Second, and the topic of today's discussion, is the mysterious pill from the video, which apparently enables users to perceive curses. Set a small plastic bag containing a white pill on the table. Have we analyzed it? Yes, nodded. High's researchers confirm it indeed grants the ability to see curses. Its properties aren't fully understood. It appears to be synthesized from merged human and curse tissue, enhanced by unknown technology. It likely shares the same origin as the broader phenomenon. Principal's expression turned grave. Some people are already convinced. The moment they've taken it, they seek answers. As more people see curses, personal fear intensifies, and fear breeds curses themselves. Pressed his hand to his temple as public reports and videos crashed online. Police denials now felt hollow. Those who'd taken the pill were certain of their experience. And with widespread distribution, supplements of the pill were ramping up. Continued, yesterday, a company employee used the pill, witnessed a curse firsthand, and shared it. Then others took pills, saw it, and fear mutated into a new curse. The police can't contain this. It's proliferating faster than we can manage. He took a breath. We're at a tipping point. A handful of believers is manageable, but once numbers swell, opinion shifts. When the majority claims certainty, resistance collapses. The question, how many people will resist trying it? One faction favors full suppression, seize the pills, silence the witnesses. But the opposing faction, which now supports, believes it's too late. The best path is strategic transparency. Reveal a controlled version of the truth rather than hiding it completely. I turned to San, your thoughts. Leaned forward. It's closer to the latter. You can't bury this. Accidents and deaths that could be seen as unnatural will now be labeled curses. The internet age makes this uncontainable, and the drug is already out there. Information spreads regardless. He paused to voice his biggest fear. Will this actually empower curses? Has this happened before? Shook his head, not entirely. Although awareness can fuel negative emotions, thereby feeding curses, it also exposes them. If nobody hides, people die en masse, eventually reducing the fuel. If humanity vanished, so would curses. Their existence depends on ours. Absorbed this. So we've exposed curses here and severed international spillover, but what exactly is the mastermind after? Meanwhile, in the realm of cursed spirits, hosted an unusual gathering of and others. Grumbled, why only this country? Can scattered curses really face off with the two special grade sorcerers? Offered a wry smile, actually make that three has returned. He continued patiently, if exposure is worldwide, humanity fights back, more powerful sorcerers will emerge. You're mistaken if you think cursed spirits survive without humans. Eradicating humanity makes your goal impossible. Stroked his chin thoughtfully. Less enthused, asked the real question, then why reveal curses? Weren't we aiming to awaken them? Smiled, placing a card on the table. Why separate them? You were born from humanity's fear of nature. What do people fear most about curses themselves? His eyes lit up, our awakening accelerates it. Explained, we're close to the final step. First, we turn this country into a nation of curses, then watch the rest fall into chaos. Back at Tokyo High, the atmosphere was urgent. Newly formed curses remained easy to eliminate, but public awareness sparked new problems. Sorcerers were being eyed with suspicion. Worse still, cult-like factions had formed, trading in cursed medicines, spreading fear, faith, and greed. Police restrictions temporarily calmed things, but the public waters were boiling underneath. Anyone who claimed curses were real immediately drew crowds. Suppression only intensified resistance. At long last, the world and authorities devised a plan, reveal part of the truth not to shock but to control. A national broadcast would prove curses exist while showcasing that we can handle them. Nationwide broadcast. See, I told you they're real, a voice proclaimed. Yes, curses are born from human negative emotions, but that means they're real and controllable, concluded a spokesperson. For the first time, curses entered national discourse. Public trust in the police recovered. Outrage focused on the rogue individual who leaked the footage, not the sorcerers. Dissenters remained a minority. As part of the plan, live exorcism demonstrations were proposed. Having 3 special-grade sorcerers perform public curse beatings could reassure the public and calm fear, turning dread into confidence. San frowned at the idea. Wait, does that mean I'm going public? Smirked, not just you and I too, think relief through spectacle. Shook his head, I don't want it. Laughed, oh come on, San, don't you want to be a hero, is this it? Principal placed an owl-shaped cursed corpse on the table. Studied it closely, yes. Continued, this device is a new collaborative creation from and myself. It doesn't fight, it captures images and broadcasts them on regular TV. Hesitated, why a live broadcast? It feels strange. Quoted calmly, the public needs hope to overcome their fear of curses. We'll make it entertaining like superheroes. Show them how easily you exorcise a curse and perceptions change. He sighed, that won't solve everything, but it will calm the panic. Meanwhile, the mastermind hasn't moved yet, so prevention remains our strategy. Couldn't refuse, he drew some comfort knowing and would also appear. Continued, it'll be a trial run, you 3 and Maki will be featured, she'll serve as your camerawoman. Maki raised an eyebrow, so I'm the camerawoman's. Quickly added, we can't bring a supervisor on site, we need distance. Better someone with cursed energy training. Nodded, once charged with cursed energy, the device can broadcast for a long time, just carry it on your shoulder. At the assigned apartment in. Within hours, cameras went live across Tokyo. Phones and TVs buzzed with the unexpected broadcast. Official announcers introduced the event, and businesses paused to allow employees time to watch, even bosses joined in. Young and old, people tuned in with fascination. High schools couldn't prevent students from watching. Suddenly, supernatural powers weren't myth, they were real. Adults worried, they'd heard curses were immune to bullets. Officials now offered reassurance, only sorcerers, real-life superheroes could handle them. Knowing this offered a fragile comfort. Murmurs about fleeing the country faded when citizens learned curses were worldwide. If anyone could combat them, maybe they weren't hopeless. The broadcast begins. This has to be it, Maki ready. Almost, it's finicky, give me a second. The screen shimmered and a perfectly composed face filled the screen. Women gasped over his youthful charm and heroic aura, men whispered questions about his power. Students dreamed of hidden abilities. A banner read, Special Grade Sorcerer. The name sparked excitement. Could a teenager be that powerful? And Maki arrived at the evacuated building. You're up against a Grade 2 curse, Maki reminded him. Nodded, recalling instructions. Revealing their cursed technique live counted as a binding vow, one potentially amplified under public eyes. He was about to test that. He stepped in front of the camera. My technique is called Time Wheel, he announced. It allows me to manipulate time. Gasps reverberated from viewers, controlling time, incredible. Meanwhile, Maki filmed as blinked and suddenly appeared at the apartment door dozens of meters away. Viewers murmured in disbelief, awed by his instantaneous movement. He glanced at Maki with a smile. He could feel the extra energy, the subtle boost the vow granted. It wasn't a breakthrough yet, but his technique felt noticeably sharper. Ascending to the 5th floor, a thunderous knock rattled the hallway. They evacuated, everyone whispered. Yes, Maki replied, passing him the owl device. No surprises, only the curse remains. Back in Tokyo, commentators urged calm. Through his earpiece, a female voice guided him, define cursed spirits and reassure viewers. He faced the camera. Cursed spirits are born from negative emotions. This one is grade 2, low-level and unskilled. They rely on cursed energy, not weapons. Most humans can't hurt them, but they're not invincible. Fear is often worse than the curse itself. At the top of the stairs, the curse revealed itself, an upright, tentacled creature with grotesque, deformed features. The live audience went quiet, stunned. Advanced empty-handed, don't be afraid, look at it closely, it's ugly but basic. He stopped just outside its reach. Drawing back his fist, he aimed for a demonstration without full technique bank. Thought, sorry, I'm not going to end this fast, let them see. With a swift blow, he obliterated the creature's head. Its body collapsed. No flashy techniques, just a powerful punch. On screen in real time, the audience witnessed. Accursed spirits can be defeated. Offered a small bow and turned to Maki. The broadcast was live, messy, real, human. In that moment, under millions of eyes, their mission began. The cursed spirit's grotesquely long arms lashed through the air, an unsettling sight to any ordinary viewer. But at speed, everything moved in slow motion. Calm and focused, he stepped forward and caught both arms mid-swing, rendering the creature's assault completely ineffective, like a child flailing helplessly. With a sharp pull, yanked the cursed spirit toward him, then delivered a crushing front kick. The spirit's body snapped in midair under the force. It was thrown backward, its form twisting as it flew, stirring a sharp gust through the corridor. The wall and window at the end exploded on impact, opening a jagged view of the sky. The sheer speed and brutality of the exchange left the audience stunned. Even through a screen, the raw power displayed offered a first glimpse into the true capabilities of a sorcerer. Without hesitation, blurred forward, his body trailing after images. Maki followed close behind, the small owl-shaped cursed corpse perched on her shoulder. Their synchronized leap from the 6th floor sent a jolt of exhilaration through the viewers watching from a first-person perspective. Was already on the ground, landing with practiced ease. Maki let the owl take flight, then absorbed the landing with control and grace. She straightened and resumed the live broadcast. The cursed spirit, still dazed from the earlier attack, struggled to rise, but descended like a hammer, slamming his heel into its back and driving it into the ground. Cracks radiated from the impact. The creature's face contorted further, hideous and wild. Dodged to the side, avoiding a whip-like tongue that shot from its mouth. He had been holding back, using only basic applications of cursed energy. The demonstration was for the public, not a real fight. Under normal circumstances, a cursed spirit of this level wouldn't have lasted a single exchange. Whether this was good or bad luck, for it was up for debate. Reduced to a glorified punching bag, the creature endured carefully controlled blows. He limited his strength deliberately, ensuring the fight lasted longer than 2 minutes for the sake of the viewers. In the end, chose a clean conclusion. He drew no, slicing through the spirit in one swift, merciful motion. To the audience, the monstrous spirit had been helpless. For many unfamiliar with the world of, the sudden realization struck. Perhaps these things weren't as unstoppable as they'd imagined. Once the battle ended, the support team took over the cleanup. There was no need to continue the broadcast. And the others signed off without fanfare. With only brief nods, they cut the link to the owl-type cursed corpse and ended the stream. Unable to see the public's reaction, casually prepared to head home. As a streamer, was far from polished, but the viewers didn't care. Even after his image disappeared from the screen, the stream's popularity only grew. And there was no time for anyone to feel disappointed about its departure, because at that moment appeared on screen. Had planned to grab a bite on the way back, but that hope died quickly. It finally hit him how massive the impact of a nationally televised live broadcast really was. Too recognizable now, he had no choice but to return directly to High with Maki. On the way back, Panda and the others urged him to watch segment. Did, and it was clear, was built for the spotlight. His presence on a live stream felt completely natural. This time accompanied him. Surprisingly, was at ease on camera, even going out of his way to interact with the audience. The viewers were once again electrified. His battle captivated them, especially when he unveiled cursed technique, reversal red, shaking their understanding of to the core. Unlike who had to be careful indoors, operated freely in open terrain. Buildings didn't matter, safety regulations optional. The Grade 1 cursed spirit faced stood no chance. He teased it first, explaining random trivia to the audience as if giving a casual lecture, then obliterated it with red. The spectacle was breathtaking. Superpowered hand-to-hand combat was the kind of fantasy that thrilled people, and his performance made it all feel real. Witty, charming, endlessly confident stole the show, he appealed to everyone. And with a wink and stylish farewell to the camera, he ended his segment. Next in line, the third special grade sorcerer to join the nationwide showcase. The public's perception of sorcerers and cursed spirits had changed drastically in a matter of hours. Discussions exploded online and offline alike. Curses and were the new obsession, overshadowing every other headline. Though many details remain mysterious, the sorcerers, each with their own distinct style, had quickly built passionate fan bases. Fear of curses still lingered, of course, but now there was a counterbalance: hope. People began speculating, how long would any cursed spirit last against these three? Some even tried to rank them in terms of power, most just guessing, though a few surprisingly accurate theories floated among the noise. To the public, some insiders guiding those conversations had been planted deliberately to steer opinion. Knew that for a fact. Back at High, he joined the debriefing. The first operation was deemed a success. The live broadcasts had significantly redirected the public's attention. By presenting sorcerers as guardians rather than shadowy figures, the public now had something else to think about when a curse appeared. Not just fear, but reassurance. And that mattered. This kind of hope, these so-called heroes, were exactly what society needed in the face of supernatural threats. There was no more hiding. With cursed spirits now exposed, the existence of sorcerers could no longer remain a secret. After the meeting was stopped by Maki's teasing smirk. "You looked pretty pleased when people recognized you, huh? Secretly enjoying the fame." Rolled his eyes. "I wasn't enjoying it." "Sure," she said. "Is having the time of his life. He probably wanted to show off purple. Next time you take the backseat and let me be on camera, my cursed tool skills would blow them away." Maki paused, imagining the entire nation watching her fight. The idea made her uncomfortable. Thinking about the flood of online comments, she quickly shut the thought down. "You all can enjoy that kind of attention's not for me." Later, Principal brought up a new initiative, refining the national barrier system with the help of Master. Despite efforts to contain the situation, the rise in cursed spirits couldn't be stopped completely. The solution: strengthen and expand barriers across the country, turning them into emergency shelters during curse incidents. Even if they couldn't stop high-level spirits, the extra seconds they bought might save lives. The source of power, that was still being debated, though it was hinted the belief of the people would play a role. Didn't press for details, he had his own idea. After the meeting, he asked to speak with privately in his office. What's wrong? Asked with a grin. You've become a star like feeling the pressure. Please don't tease me, sensei, sighed. I had a thought. Leaned forward, listening. Cursed tools can be wielded by ordinary people, began. They can't kill a powerful curse, but they can buy time against low-grade ones. Nodded thoughtfully. We've considered that, but mass-producing them isn't realistic. They require too much strength and cursed energy, especially high-grade tools, and not every citizen can wield one properly. Even Maki's strength is thanks to a heavenly restriction. I'm not suggesting we arm the public with high-grade weapons, replied. I'm talking about simple cursed tools, enhanced charms, maybe even talismans that interfere with or slow low-grade curses. Something that can delay or distract, not kill. Narrowed his eyes, so a mass-produced defense system. Exactly, and I might have a way. Went on to explain, he had been working on a new barrier technique as part of mastering domain expansion. Though he hadn't succeeded, he developed a unique barrier that could rapidly accelerate certain processes inside. In theory, I can use this to speed up the creation of basic cursed tools, 100-fold. His eyes widened. If Master can provide the energy source, then this could work. Those simpler tools don't need much cursed energy, and if we can truly mass-produce them. His face grew serious. This could change everything. Let's get in here. We need to explore this fully, was called in first. After hearing the proposal, he looked unusually serious. It's doable. This barrier can gather cursed energy, solving the power issue for mass-producing cursed tools. Even if not everyone gets one, it can still be widely distributed. He continued thoughtfully. The family does have some traditional cursed tool methods, but ironically, the N excel in this more. Even their contributions to the repository are unmatched. A clearly impatient interrupted, we'll discuss that later. I'll confirm with Master. Shortly returned and called aside. Master says it's feasible, but he wants to discuss details with you. Followed Principal into Palace, normally hidden behind shifting barriers that ordinary people could never find. Inside, he found layered underground halls circling a massive tree. At the base was a torii gate embedded in its trunk. Stepping through it, the lights dimmed and a pathway of lanterns appeared. Where moments ago was a palace, now there was a simple tatami room, a low table, an old TV, a vase of fresh flowers, and a window showing a bright blue sky. Before him knelt a strange figure, Master. Its form was humanoid at best, its head merely a protrusion with 4 vertically aligned eyes. The principal isn't staying, asked. A neutral, genderless voice asked him to sit and introduced tea materializing beside him. You strike me as extraordinary, said, fixing its many eyes on him. As for your idea, it aligns perfectly with what needs doing. Then the master spoke of votive power, a long-forgotten form of cursed energy born from human worship, not purely negative but intertwined with faith and emotion. Though once used rarely to create curses or tools, it was mostly obsolete now. But revealed, he could channel this votive power to strengthen barriers, and through those barriers, mass-produce simple cursed tools. When the public realizes they can use these tools against minor curses, panic will calm. Then created a dome-shaped barrier in front of them, applied his incomplete barrier technique onto it, inspected it, and nodded approval. This is promising. We'll rely on ordinary people's energy to power these barriers, and you will manage the rollout. As their session ended, the room faded back into the palace's root space, and were waiting above. N negotiation task. Looking uneasy, asked, will N agree to this? Leaned back casually. We're not asking for their lives, just their manufacturing cooperation. Isn't stupid, he'll go along. Then learned from that he'd been chosen as a neutral mediator, but he'd have to visit N personally. Was tied up elsewhere. Sighed and accepted, reassured him, even without N's tools expertise, we won't lag far behind. realized he needed someone familiar with En and thought of Maki. Maki's insight. He found her training alone. I need someone to help with En, he explained. She paused, then nodded seriously. Isn't like the rest, he's reasonable, and I know how En work. Maki stopped her training and gathered her gear. I'll go with you. En compound stood far from the city, its clustered buildings a solemn sight in the distance. Like Hai, the compound was protected by a barrier that kept ordinary civilians away, though such defenses meant little to sorcerers who already knew its location. As and Maki approached the outer perimeter, they were stopped by two stationed guards. Maki and special grade sorcerer, one of them asked, visibly uneasy. Though neither visitor exuded hostility, the unexpected arrival of someone like clearly rattled them. Word had spread within the clan, had returned in a rage not long ago, and it apparently had something to do with this man. Maki barely acknowledged the two, she couldn't even recall their names, however kept his tone calm and cordial. I've come to speak with En, the clan head. It's a matter of importance. Please let him know. The guards exchanged a glance. One quickly turned to deliver the message, while the other guided the guests to a reception room. Before long, En and Maki found themselves alone. You can meet with the clan head by yourself, Maki said, crossing her arms. Just stick to what I told you, talk to him directly. They won't lay a hand on you anyway. I've got other things to handle, so I'm not going with you. Gave her a side glance. Her mind was clearly elsewhere, rare for someone like Maki. If something's bothering you, just say it. Since when are you the sentimental type? Snapped from her thoughts, Maki scowled. You talk too much, I know what I'm doing. If it goes sideways, I'll call you free labor, remember. He wagged a finger at her. Wrong, my next decent meal depends on you. She snorted, and as the banter faded, he added, You're kind of a celebrity now. Can you even go outside without starting a scene? After she left, sat quietly. 1 cup of tea later and still no sign of anyone, he stood up, his patience wearing thin. The guards were nowhere to be seen. On his way through the halls, stopped a maid. She looked startled, but he managed to gather directions to the clan head's location from her cautious answers. The compound's atmosphere was stifling. Servants avoided eye contact, and En members only gave curt nods, more out of politeness than respect. No one tried to stop him, though. At least they understood his strength. The courtyard he finally arrived at was well guarded, though could tell the station there were mostly for show. He sensed hidden sentries, too, until he neared the main house, where they mysteriously vanished. As soon as dispelled his technique, he heard raised voices from inside. He walked in without knocking. Everyone fell silent. They'd assumed someone had barged in by mistake, but their scolding died the moment they saw who it was. Snapped a young blonde man and recognized the sharp tongue and arrogant posture. Oh, if it isn't En's favorite troublemaker, he said with a light smirk. What a coincidence. I was starting to think nobody was home. Oh, you. His temper flared, but before he could explode, the man seated in the center of the room raised a hand. Please excuse the lack of proper welcome, said En, the clan's head. Family matters, nothing more. Since you're here, do tell us what brings you. With his stark white hair and muscular frame, sat with a relaxed posture, holding a gourd of red wine. What caught eye most, however, was the man's perfectly styled mustache, sticking out like twin antennae. How much maintenance does that thing need, wondered. It was more than just appearance, though. He was the father of and once known as the fastest sorcerer after, thanks to his projection sorcery, but those days were long past. I'm here on a minor request, began. You're likely aware of Master's plan. We've developed a method to mass-produce low-grade cursed tools to support our operations. To optimize this, I'd like to observe the end technique for crafting cursed tools. Impossible, barked. Why should we hand over our clan's secret, planning to steal it? Ignored him and looked directly at, the world's changing. This is a mutually beneficial opportunity. Those who can't see that, well, I'm sure you're not one of them. The insult landed, judging by the glares from several elders nearby. Still, no one acted, not with present. Leaned forward slightly, swirling the wine in his gourd. And what do you plan to accomplish with this method? Enough to give civilians a fighting chance, answered, at least against low-grade curses. A long-haired elder with a tied ponytail frowned. You're talking about mass production, how? There aren't enough to make that possible. My technique manipulates time, said, casual as ever. Master and I created a barrier system where time flows hundreds of times faster inside, supported by a constant cursed energy stream. A small team can oversee an entire cursed tool assembly line. Is that up so you've modernized the process? Exactly. After a pause, asked the real question. You're aligned with the family, why come to N? You're not here just for our icing on the cake, are you? Side and N had their major fallout when both previous heads died in that imperial duel. Since then, it's just petty disputes. And in the middle of this disaster, are you really still thinking about petty pride? Narrowed his eyes, then chuckled. Perhaps I was small-minded, very well, we'll cooperate. The other elders looked displeased, but was the one with authority. Still, the elder from before raised another concern. What about profits? This will go nationwide. What's N's cut? This might disappoint you, replied flatly. The idea is to keep profits as close to zero as possible to benefit the people. There won't be mountains of cash. Grumbles started, but silenced them with a swig of wine. That doesn't matter. Participation is enough. I'll send someone for the records. He paused, then added, but I have one more request, something personal. Tilted his head. You and were both raised by, weren't you? Help me convince him to return to the N clan. I want to name him the next head. The room went quiet, stared, Evan's face twisted into disbelief. The elder beside opened his mouth to protest, but the clan head raised a hand. It's not a demand, just a message I want you to pass along. He has N blood, that's all. I'll pass it on, said flatly, but I doubt he'll agree. Oh, that's fine, nodded. The elder who had spoken earlier returned shortly with a book, thin, string-bound, and clearly a photocopy. Waved it toward. Our cursed tool method, someone will escort you out. But declined politely. I came with Maki, I'll find her first. He was led through the compound until he found Maki again, clothes a little scuffed, irritation on her face. Let's go. Apparently, she'd gotten into a few rounds of fighting during her time alone. She described it as teaching some trash a lesson. Knowing Maki, it was probably worse than she let on but didn't press. After returning to High and handing the technique to Principal, quickly distanced himself from the logistics. The cursed tool project was tedious. He'd rather exorcise spirits. Barrier construction had begun. The cursed tools would follow. The world, now aware of, needed more than sorcerers. And so, recruitment for supervisors began. Unlike sorcerers, supervisors didn't need techniques. Just the ability to handle basic cursed tasks with enough cursed energy. With mass production on the way and barriers going up, manpower was sorely needed. Out of over 100 million people, there were always a few with dormant potential. But they had to be under 30. Older people who hadn't awakened yet had almost no chance of doing so. Exceptions were rare. The world was changing fast. Some even suggested building public schools, but none of that concerned. He'd just received a mission, and it wasn't your average curse. A special grade cursed spirit had emerged, straight from the depths of imagination. A name pulled from horror fiction and pop culture, now a real threat. I didn't expect to see her show up for real, muttered, had never experienced such intense fear. Since she was little, she had always been timid. Even simple courage tests with classmates left her trembling. But now, on the verge of graduating high school, the world had pulled a cruel trick. Curses were real. News of horrifying supernatural events exploded across the internet. The only shred of comfort she had was the existence of sorcerers. Unlike the infatuated squealing of her classmates, felt genuine relief knowing that someone somewhere could fight back. Still, she'd never seen a curse herself, that is, until last night. Her former middle school classmate, someone she hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly sent her a video. She tapped it without much thought. On screen, a dim forest appeared, and in the center, a crumbling stone well. She immediately recognized the reference. The cursed videotape. Panic gripped her. She shut the video instantly, but cold sweat drenched her back. Her old friend sent several frantic messages afterward, filled with typos and panic, apologies, desperation. He confessed he'd shared the video to survive and begged her to do the same. If this had happened a few months ago, she might have dismissed it as a joke. But now, with curses known to be real, only one thought crossed her mind. This is a real curse event. Through her mounting fear, a memory surfaced, the emergency hotline for supernatural incidents. Rumor had it someone who dialed it randomly was taken away by the authorities. Her hands shaking, she made the call. A soft, composed woman answered. She listened patiently to his explanation, took down her details, and stayed on the line to calm her down. Oddly, though terror pressed in on her, found herself steadying. It wasn't that she wasn't scared, her fingers trembled, her breath was short, but some inner strength allowed her to think clearly. She even planned an escape in case the curse targeted her home. She wouldn't let her sleeping parents get dragged into this. She kept chatting with the woman on the line, unaware that the operator was just as shaken. Unlike civilians, supervisors and staff fully understood what meant. After listening to his account, the operator triggered the highest emergency protocol she was authorized to use. The moment she heard a curse was spreading via video, she panicked. This sounded like an imagined special grade, the type born not from history but from the collective belief of the masses. Fortunately, help had already been dispatched. Sorcerers were on their way, and even a special grade had been mobilized. Her job now was to keep the victim calm. That she did not expect to be easy. But surprised her, she was almost composed, and after a bit of small talk, the operator could feel the tension lifting. Don't worry, a special grade sorcerer is on the way. Until then, you'll be escorted to a safe location. The mention of a special grade snapped attention. Her heart skipped. She immediately thought of the three most famous names in the world. Just the idea of one of them coming in person gave her hope. She asked who it would be. The operator told her. A special grade sorcerer. Hearing the names, breath caught in her throat. Of course she knew him. Everyone did. She'd watched the broadcast on the first day of public disclosure. His performance was brief but unforgettable. Her classmates had screamed and fawned over him, especially when he unleashed his technique. The memory still rang in her ears. If they find out I'm about to meet San in person, they'll explode with envy. That thought made her flush, but the doorbell broke her chain of thought. Hearing her parents stir, she rushed to the door. Through the peephole, three figures in black suits stood outside. Her heart eased slightly. They confirmed her identity and swiftly led her to a car. Her parents, still groggy, were told everything would be explained. She left quietly. The safe point turned out to be a reinforced building in the suburbs, its interior laced with protective talismans. She was led into a barrier-isolated room with just a chair and headphones. The supervising voices continued reassuring her, but anxiety gnawed at her gut. Then it happened. 23 minutes and 15 seconds after she entered the room, a fluctuation in cursed energy triggered the alarm. Oh, she screamed. The observers, stunned, watched as the concrete floor of the room twisted and reshaped into damp soil and tangled weeds, just like the cursed video. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough. No curse appeared, but the sheer surrealism of the transformation terrified her. Even outside the room, the sorcerers were frozen in fear. Their highest grade combatant was only a grade 2. If appeared now, they wouldn't stand a chance. The tension remained unbearable until their backup arrived. He hears the report. The cursed individual is within the barrier, but it's not working. About 10 seconds ago, the curse triggered a localized phenomenon inside. Reviewed the briefing. The first victim's friend was already confirmed dead. Based on preliminary analysis, the curse's propagation mimicked the fictional story, a videotape. But unlike the original legend, the delay wasn't 7 days. It could kill within minutes or hours. Is she still inside? He received a nod and entered. Inside sat trembling. She looked up at him, eyes wide, and whispered, "Oh, son." He paused. It was the first time someone addressed him with such reverence. Usually people just shortened his name or added some dumb nickname. Only Sensei got the treatment. But quickly composed himself, he sat beside her. "Are you experiencing anything unusual physically or mentally?" She shook her head, still stunned that someone her age could look so composed. Her fear melted away just seeing him. Her gaze drifted to the small owl perched on his shoulder, a cursed corpse. Then she blurted out, Are you?" He smiled faintly. "Yeah, this curse spreads through video, so we're being careful. Don't worry, you won't be on camera. I've already adjusted the angle." The sudden attention still made her panic a little. The idea that millions might be watching made her blush in embarrassment. To her, the stream's chat had exploded. Viewers gushed about his calm voice and demeanor. Even though the girl had clearly suffered a traumatic encounter, many jokingly begged to switch places with her. Of course, ignored all that. After easing her nerves with light conversation, he slowly returned to the topic. It was definitely a special grade imagined cursed spirit. Worse, its propagation method was wide-reaching. The internet alone could spread the curse worldwide. He suddenly thought of the 88 Bridge incident and how even now remained in a coma. That curse hadn't been the only one, and this might be the kind of thing behind it. His expression turned cold. He called the outside and requested's phone. The original video was still in her message history. Her phone had been confiscated earlier. After setting the barrier and having the monitoring devices removed, he handed the cursed corpse to her for safety. "I'll watch it myself. If it targets me, I'll deal with it." He sat down, loaded the video, and hit play. A dim forest. A dry stone well. The soundless pressure that clung to the cursed video felt suffocating. Then slowly a pale figure crawled out. White dress, black hair, the uncanny crawl. It was an almost perfect recreation from the horror films. Was no fan of horror, but he'd seen classics. None of them compared to the real thing. Still, he wasn't afraid. He was a sorcerer. He killed curses. No matter how terrifying the figure was, he could destroy her. And yet, he tilted his head slightly. Actually, she's kind of well-proportioned under that dress. Then the image glitched. A decayed eye filled the screen, rotting flesh, black hair spilling everywhere. The image swelled with cursed energy. Narrowed his eyes. The terrifying face on the screen lunged forward, making retract his earlier thoughts. What lay beneath the curtain of long, black hair was not human. A single rotten eye stared out from a face stripped of all other features. No nose, no mouth, nothing that could be called human. Couldn't even confirm if the thing had a body beneath the white clothes and tangled hair. He stared into the screen's eye for several seconds before the footage cut back to the stone well. The entire video was short, abrupt. What once might have been dismissed as a cheap horror clip was now a genuine, deadly curse. Across from him, still clutching the owl-shaped cursed corpse, watched nervously. When put down his phone and no signs of a curse manifesting followed, he asked for an update on the previous victim. The woman's heart had rotted away without a single mark on her skin. She died alone in her apartment, and neighbors hadn't noticed anything strange. So far, the curse seemed to kill only those who viewed the video, suggesting it operated remotely or from a long distance. Whether it could curse multiple people at once was still unknown. The so-called initial spreader was likely not the first. There must be others who forwarded the video unseen, unreported, perhaps already dead. As took the cursed corpse back from the stream, audience wailed. Their view had just gone dark. His profile appeared only occasionally now as he moved out of camera frame. While considering how best to draw the curse out, a new report arrived. Someone else had watched the video and called for help, but they were panicking, driving aimlessly across town. The operator barely managed to get their location before the signal weakened. Moved fast, he couldn't leave behind. If the curse targeted victims sequentially, she might trigger another outbreak near the base. Bringing her was the safest option. They got into the car and drove toward the last known signals. Meanwhile, somewhere on the highway, 37 was the image of a model citizen, university-educated, a mid-level manager, husband to a childhood sweetheart, father of a bright little girl. Ever since the public revelation of, he'd watched his company thrive under the rising demand for curse-related media. They'd even hired a self-proclaimed wild sorcerer to lend their program's authenticity. Though the man wasn't powerful by professional standards, he knew how to entertain. Produced shows featuring him, talks, faux tutorials, even behind-the-curtain curse discussions for curious viewers. He believed the worst of the curse era was behind them. Life had continued smoothly until yesterday. Browsing his hobby forum, opened what he thought was a video from a beginner asking about a new model kit. What played was a familiar sight: forest, stone well, dread dripping from every frame. It hit him all at once. He'd seen this before, years ago with his wife during a movie night. Back then, her fear had made him feel brave. Now he was alone and terrified. The video vanished almost instantly. He couldn't even confirm if it had truly played. Gripped by panic, lied to his wife, claiming he had to work late. He fled their home in his car, barely able to think. On the road, he scoured social media and found the official emergency contact. Relief came only when he was told that a special-grade sorcerer had been dispatched. But then the road changed. The pavement around him was suddenly overrun with half-dead weeds, and trees that hadn't been there moments ago rose like skeletal arms along the roadside. Oh, he hit the gas. The operator's voice in his ear was distant now, barely comprehensible over static and the roar of his engine. Every tree looked unnatural. The headlights barely illuminated a few feet ahead. He couldn't even see the passenger seat beside him. Then he saw it. A flash of white, long hair, no face. A second later, a withered well appeared on the road where the figure had stood. He swerved, the car twisted violently and smashed into a tree. The airbag saved his life, but his head swam. Through blurred vision, he spotted a figure standing before the well. Oh, and then, a no signal. Not far away, the tracking system in his vehicle lost connection with his phone. That area wasn't remote, the signal shouldn't have vanished. A curse outbreak muttered. New intel confirmed his suspicion. The curse had likely begun to manifest in full. I'll take her ahead, you return, he told the driver. Without waiting, grabbed his wrist and activated his technique. The world froze. Cars, streetlights, even insects in midair, locked in time like painted scenery, pulled her from the car, apologizing briefly. Then the whirlwind began. Reality bent around them, scenery flickering like ink on wet parchment. It was surreal, as if they had slipped into an abstract painting, but its expression was fixed, calm, focused. Something similar to an innate domain, he noted under his breath. Following the trail of residual cursed energy, he pinpointed the scene. The air was heavy with malevolent intent. The trees around them twisted unnaturally, and the curse's presence hung thick. They arrived too late. lay lifeless on the ground, his expression locked in primal fear. Before him stood the white-clad figure, hair like an oily curtain, her body more suggestion than flesh. "Stay back," said firmly, lowering behind him. He released his technique and reversed some of the temporal backlash she'd suffered, then immediately activated it again. I had already noticed them. She didn't turn. Instead, an eye opened in the back of her head, nestled between strands of black hair. I didn't flinch. In one smooth motion, he summoned No, slicing through the curse like a sword through clay. Her form shattered into blocks, but there was no blood, no flesh. What spilled was something unknown. Her robes weren't clothes, they were part of her. He retrieved his body and once more released his technique. The live stream flickered violently. Viewers saw a brief blackout, then a jarring shift. They were met with the image of just before her form scattered like ash. Gasps and cheers erupted across the net. They saw the time distortion, the perfect strike, the effortless exorcism. But wasn't celebrating. What remained of the curse dissolved too cleanly, too quickly, like a projection rather than a spirit, a copy, not the core. He narrowed his eyes. She's not gone. After effortlessly dealt with, her cursed body was torn apart and slowly dissipated into nothingness. The audience, still riding the high of victory, erupted in cheers. But even as remained composed, another sinister figure began crawling out from the dry well's depths. The crowd watching the broadcast fell into a collective silence. A cold dread crawled up their spines, freezing their breath. Thankfully, the appearance of a curse wasn't contagious. The viral nature of the video had nothing to do with its visuals, it was the curse embedded in the footage itself. Even if it played something harmless like, the curse would still trigger. However, seemed to lack sentience. She followed a programmed pattern, mechanical, predictable, and incapable of deception. Standing beside, still hadn't come to his senses. His mind replayed that horrifying face and the intense pain that had pierced his chest moments ago. I should be dead, so what the hell is happening now? Then his dazed eyes landed on the person next to him, someone unfamiliar yet instantly recognizable. It only took a glance for him to realize. It was the special grade sorcerer whose name had been buzzing nonstop during the thank. His gratitude was cut short by the reappearance of the nightmare. A figure began crawling out of the dry well again, and the memory of his own death surged back violently. Stay back with her, said calmly. Reacted instantly, grabbing and pulling him to safety. The new glared at, a venomous look in her one exposed eye. Her cursed aura and energy signature were identical to the previous one that had just been exorcised. It was clear now this wasn't resurrection. If anything, it meant her core body hadn't been destroyed, the others had been extensions. Verification was simple, eliminate her again. A time arrow pierce. Cursed energy flared its fingertips. Extended a pale, skeletal arm from beneath her tattered sleeve, but before she could move further, a radiant flash erupted, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Now clearly visible to both the bystanders and countless viewers, its upper half and the tunnel behind her was completely vaporized into a blank void. Her shredded body fell limply to the ground, yet the cursed well stood unchanged, its mouth dark and lightless. Then under gaze, a pale hand reached up once more, skeletal fingers gripping the well's edge. That chilling eye, obscured by long black hair, followed. As she crawled out, jerky, insect-like, and human. And then another arm emerged, then another's. In just seconds, 3 identical stood side by side on the moss-covered ground. Including the 2 he had already destroyed, had now faced 5 in total. Their cursed energy signatures were still exact matches. All 3 raised their pale arms in eerie synchronization. Didn't stop them, he wanted to observe. Once raised, their cursed attack struck. From 10 meters away, felt a brief sharp pain in his heart, which vanished immediately under the effects of his technique reversal. But behind him, there was a thud, then another. Turning, he saw both and collapsed, faces twisted in lingering fear. The time wheel reverses. They gasped back to consciousness, trembling. Realizing they were still alive, they both looked at with the same awe-filled expression. Their technique is basic, muttered. One form of attack, but there's a clear anomaly. He adjusted his grip on No, and without another word, they crumbled like faulty puppets. With a flick of his hand, sealed and into protective amber, then stepped into time null state and moved toward the cursed well. It hadn't vanished yet, its brief permanence was its weakness. Drawing both No and he dove in. Darkness swallowed him, but he landed seconds later on solid ground. The dim light barely revealed his surroundings. It looked like the surface, withered trees, a forest, and in the distance, yet another identical dry well. But knew better, this was no illusion or time loop. The aura here was dense, suffocating, something primordial. A strange, gurgling echoed nearby. Dispelled his technique and stepped toward the new well, peering inside. This time, no darkness blocked his view. Instead, he saw pulsing, writhing flesh, deep purple and dark red, twisting, breathing, and glowing from within. Before he could study it further, 5 lunged from the shadows, interrupting him. Their attacks targeted his heart directly again, but they were useless against technique reversal. He sliced them down effortlessly. But more were forming out of thin air, some already transparent. There's no end to them, fine, come at me. Clutching both blades, stood ready as monochrome hues bled into the world around him. Countless eyes emerged from the dark, watching him, judging him. Another wave of attack. The pain was worse this time, strong enough to crack his skin. His body even showed the first signs of decay. But it was all reversed, immediately. His technique reversal triggered automatically with the slightest damage to vital organs. They had only one chance to strike together. Now it was turn. He re-entered time null state and unleashed hell. No one became extensions of a storm, slicing through the curse-born monstrosities. By the time his technique was dispelled, 286 had been erased. None survived. Reappeared by the well, cursed energy glowing in his hand. The time arrow. The explosion of power wiped away the cursed flesh within the well completely. It wasn't the main body, just the cursed womb. It had yet to truly emerge. The shadows before had all been her proxies, simple, fragile, and short-lived. But she was nearing her true birth. If she fully manifested, the devastation wouldn't be limited to just one city. After destroying the fleshy mass, the well's stone walls became visible again, but the anomaly didn't fade. Suddenly leaped back as black water surged from the well. From it, a new emerged, one unlike the others. Her movements were more refined. Her head lifted, revealing a face half-rotten, skull visible beneath the skin. From the jagged opening of her mouth, broken sounds began to emerge. The first word was a shriek, impossible to make out, but the next. A domain expansion. Everything went black, so dark that couldn't even see his hand. The only light shone from directly above. Looking up, he saw the opening of the wells. Blue bricks, familiar stone, this was the original cursed well. Before he could react, a giant shadow began sliding across the circular opening above. Recognized it, a heavy stone lid grinding into place. Once it closed, he'd be sealed inside, killed by the domain. But wasn't going to follow her rules. He forced the time wheel to halt, forward and reverse colliding at once. It only lasted a fraction of a second, imperceptible to most. But it was enough. The domain collapsed, unable to complete itself, returned to the forest as the cursed technique unraveled. Still midair, was ripped apart, her domain breaking into fragments around her. She had no defense left. His blade struck, impaling her completely. Her twisted body struggled for only a second before turning to dust. This time it was over. With the true destroyed, the cursed well finally collapsed. The strange forest vanished, replaced by familiar scenery. And the massive audience remained frozen in shock. The black orb that had enclosed them shattered within seconds, followed by the cursed well dissolving into mist. And then stepped into view. He sheathed his swords. It was done. The curse known as a hypothetical special grade cursed spirit had been exorcised. A scene change at Tokyo. Following the public curse incident, underground matches, especially those organized by, skyrocketed in popularity. Once secretive, they were now massive events, drawing huge crowds and betting pools. But today was approached by some unexpected visitors. "You're telling me to abandon what I love and go back to those passionless duties," muttered, lounging on a couch, dressed like a sat beside him. Opposite them sat Panda from the second year and a serious first year from Tokyo High. "You know this isn't allowed, right?" said Firm, and with the rise in cursed spirits lately, said you can't just sit this out. "So I get it," added, "you've been through a lot, but what happened before, it won't happen again. Hi, and honestly, all of Japan needs your strengths. Sensei and the others are holding things down, but we can't keep up with the rate of curse births. We need you." Leaned forward, silent at first, then his eyes sharpened. What about you?" Blinked. What?" His voice cracked with sudden passion. "Where's your drive? You say you care about all this, then show me." He stood energized. "Let's fight here and now. Convince me with action. Let me feel your conviction. Show me your heart. All right, how do we set the terms?" After a quiet moment's thought, finally nodded to his challenge. Beside him, Panda couldn't help but protest, calling it unfair and joking that they should instead to fight. Simply smirked and met's determined gaze. He thought this could be entertaining. "It's simple. You don't have to beat me. I just need excitement," he declared. "Whether it's driving those pain in the ass guys off or turning this into a full-blown sorcerer brawl, it's all for passion. Without passion, it's like eating unseasoned noodles, bland and empty." He watched his tightened expression but ignored it. All that mattered was the spark that might ignite soon. "So show me." Announcer in a suit, "Ladies and welcome to an unprecedented spectacle. Introducing the host, the man who runs this building and loves to gamble with his own life." Strolled in from the aisle, hands in jacket pockets and a lazy grin on his face. And his challenger from Tokyo High, master of shadow technique. The crowd erupted. The presence of both the event's organizer and a high-profile sorcerer from High sent adrenaline surging through them. Stepped into the center of the ring. The bottom 3 floors of this renovated building were open air, with giant screens broadcasting the fight. "Inspired by headquarters, I found a sorcerer whose technique allows me to stream here," he announced, peeling off his jacket to reveal a short-sleeved shirt and toned arms. "Cursed energy broadcast is one thing, I just need to supply the energy." He turned to, "So don't hold back, use your technique however you want." Formed the familiar seals. A divine dog's totality snake. A massive shadow wolf appeared behind him while dark rope-like tendrils wrapped around his arm. As the announcer continued, the match began. Ground cracked under his feet as he dashed forward, cursed energy trailing from his fists. Divine dogs moved out front, silent yet swift. Its claws swiped at, he leaned in, dodge timing perfect, and punched the wolf directly in the head. It spun through the air off balance. That left open. With calm precision, he struck its abdomen using snake. Barely managed to block with his offhand, though the electric shock seared his muscles. He kicked back hard, sending flying. His expression turned playful as he eyed the tendrils coiling around his arm. Another different style from the wolf. "Fine, my cursed energy resists this kind of damage." He stepped forward again. To beat a user, you go after the master. Ground his teeth in pain. It's exactly as Sensei said it hurts. I can't trade blows with him at close range if I had someone as sturdy as. Shifted tactics, Divine Dogs recovered and stepped in front of him. He released Snake and began forming new seals, Max Elephant. A technique amplification, Ox. Divine Dogs dissolved into shadows. In their place, a titanic, horned beast erupted forward, its claws massive and aura oppressive beyond belief. The crowd roared, but blocked it without flinching, a wild grin spreading across his face. The surge of pure power thrilled him. Absolutely superb. He charged, the ox roared, swinging its claw. The spectators' excitement crescendoed as dust and debris flew, was slammed back through the dust, blood staining his lips. Still he rose, steps unsteady but eyes alight. He was just getting started. Steeled himself across the ring, grinned and formed two seals in the air. An underwhelming moment until a domain expansion dice game of deaths. The crowd watched breathlessly as both fighters and the ox vanished. On the massive screens, their figures reappeared in a sea of scanners and rule panels, domain. Read the floating interface. This was a modern, probabilistic domain. If he gets the jackpot, he gets a major buff. I can't let him maintain it. His own domain was half-formed. If he triggered it, Kaleidoscope might clash, but only briefly. He steered the ox in a forward strike. A 1 in 239 chance, you're toast, he called out. Is that so? Awkwardly shrugging off the assault. A golden flash, a train station appeared on screen, his heart pounded, hit the jackpot. His domain flicked to the platform. He dodged the ox's charge through a phantom train and stood unscathed. A nearby girl waved as the train departed. The image vanished. He reappeared victorious, watched as wounds vanished. It wasn't reverse cursed technique. This is the domain's healing effect, realized. He's infinite energy and unstoppable for a time. You ready? Called. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. My domain gives infinite cursed energy. He vanished, the ox collapsing behind him. Watching Fireball again, gritted his teeth. He's right, the buff is real. If he can spam his domain like I have to end this fast. A domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Gardens. Shadows erupted, forming a massive dome, emerged from the dust storm to survey it. He smiled. You got your domain now, huh? Looks incomplete, but I want to see your passion. Relaxed his expression, then unleashed technique amplification. The ox doubled in size, horns, eyes, tentacles all shifting. Shadow Buddha, Shadow Deer, Shadow Snake merged into one dreadful monster. It charged with devastating speed. Powered by his infinite energy buff, stood firm. Every strike he delivered healed before he even flinched, thanks to passive cursed energy recovery. The ox itself also regenerated, courtesy of the round deer sub-ability. His grin didn't falter. This was the fight he'd craved, was brimming with excitement, practically on fire, yet he managed to restrain himself just enough to avoid destroying the arena during his brawl with the ox. Had he not held back, the building might crumbled under the force of their battle, putting the unsuspecting spectators in danger. The size difference between the two was stark, but the power behind each blow stunned the audience. Both combatants possessed terrifying regenerative capabilities. Severed limbs and brutal hits meant little in a battle where recovery was nigh instantaneous. This was a battle of fists and spirit. His invincibility period stretched for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Since this wasn't a life-or-death duel, he had the luxury to waste time. However, was nearing his limit. Expanding his 10 Shadows technique to such a degree was already pushing his endurance. The clash between the ox and was made possible largely due to his domain expansion. Even his incomplete domain had powerful effects, notably in amplifying the 10 Shadows. The cursed energy consumption and technical strain were mostly counteracted by the domain itself. But's next domain expansion would completely overwhelm the semi-finished one had created. The victor was becoming clear. The once stable shadow domain began to boil violently. The ox suddenly started shifting, its form flickering between substance and shadow like a dancing flame, becoming even more grotesque and formidable. It moved freely within the surging shadows of the domain. His punches no longer shredded flesh. Instead, they passed through as if hitting liquid shadow. In contrast, the ox's blows landed with real, tangible force. Its new form translated cursed energy into raw power. It grew in size, with massive fists and monstrous tentacles nearly swallowing whole. Except for its head and striking limbs, the rest of its form turned fluid and intangible. Took several hard hits during this new transformation, yet to him, they were just fuel for the fire. Although he straightened his twisted torso, exhaled sharply, and slicked back his hair with satisfaction. 1 minute and 23 seconds left. You can't hold out much longer, right? Let's wrap this up. Cursed energy erupted from, nearly engulfing him in a blinding aura. Shadows swelled around him, and with blinding speed, he appeared before the ox. The beast, despite the gaping holes now in its torso and skull, barely flinched. Its claws snapped at from both sides, while shadow tentacles pierced through gaps, skewering him. Leaping into the air, twisted, delivering 2 spinning kicks that sliced deep into the ox's claws. Black ichor rained down like ink. Then he seized 2 tentacles, ignoring the 3 that impaled him. Yet the tentacles he grabbed began to melt and merge, trapping inside a fused mass. The enormous shadow limb slammed him into the ground, erupting waves of darkness. Oh, ha ha, that's intense. Blood gushed from his mouth, yet he laughed as though exhilarated. He jammed both arms into the now tentacle that pinned him, tearing it apart. A break. Flooding his limbs with cursed energy, shredded the containment. Then, grabbing a retracting tentacle, he dug his feet in and pulled with raw power. The massive ox lost balance and was flung through the air. It crashed down hard, sending shockwaves and inky rain flying. As prepared to repeat the move, the tentacle in his grip disintegrated into shadows. Suddenly, a monstrous head emerged from the earth, bursting upward with a tidal wave of cursed energy. The ox had shed its lower body, replacing it with 4 grotesque claws that surged forward, engulfing. Though his figure vanished, the battle music, a telltale sign of his domain's rhythm, still echoed. He was alive. Felt blood on his lips. He was close to his limit and knew that defeating might be beyond him. Still not enough. My mastery of the technique, my cursed energy output, I need to speed up the subjugation of the last. I underestimated the gap between us. Didn't believe in invincibility. Reverse cursed techniques had efficiency limits and varied in quality. Regenerative power came from immense cursed energy, but believed that with enough concentrated damage, even he could be brought down. He had seen far more terrifying healing abilities. Compared to those, even seemed manageable. Ideally, he would ended this with a domain clash, but his own domain wasn't complete. And sometimes, a small difference decides everything. The failure to overwhelm's domain sealed his defeat. Oh, what a pity. This wasn't a fight against a true enemy, couldn't bring himself to use his last resort. A boom. His fist met this, their collision shattered the shadow waves. But as they began to dissolve and the domain faded, even the ever-present music finally stopped. Stretched and smiled. Oh, you were excellent. The announcer's voice boomed. And the victor, owner of this arena, the unshakable gambler, strolled over, hands in his pockets. How are you holding up? Shook his head and summoned a small round deer. After healing himself, his expression improved slightly. I didn't defeat you. As they walked backstage, muttered, paused, then laughed in realization. Saw that, don't worry about it, I'll wrap things up here and return to High with you. Looked puzzled, just then Panda joined them. Was going back anyway, Panda explained with a shrug. He just wanted a good fight. Nodded in agreement, chuckled. Said nothing more, the battle had pushed him to new heights and he had no complaints. Any grievances stayed locked behind his calm demeanor. Quickly handled arena matters, delegating everything to his subordinates. Most matches here were part performance, part real fight. As long as the crowd was entertained, the illusion worked. His absence might dim the spectacle, but operations would continue. Once things were in order, the four of them departed for Tokyo High. The incident with the cursed womb left the world shaken, not because of overwhelming power, but because of its potential to kill ordinary people. Had it matured fully, the death toll could have been catastrophic. Thanks to quick intervention, disaster was averted, handled threats while was elsewhere. As a result, barrier development accelerated, and cursed tool production entered mass planning. His role focused on embedding his technique into these systems. Tokyo High led this effort, joined by key groups, took on a senior position. The N clan, the family, and even the clan were involved. This rare meeting with a clan representative stood out. The man was refined, humble, and low-key, unlike most of the big three families. The clan, lacking cursed tool expertise, bartered with unique techniques and research to participate. Ultimately, faction and High gained the most influence. The central forces of the world had united. Supervisor recruitment increased nationwide. Even some ordinary citizens born with cursed energy were welcomed into the fold. Meanwhile, headquarters moved to shift public attention. A high-level curse near Kyoto was initially ranked as special grade. The most logical choice had just completed another mission, but headquarters didn't send him. Instead, they deployed 3 mysterious individuals, masked and unnamed, each reportedly possessing special grade power. These agents exorcised the curse with ease and were introduced as headquarters' secret trump cards. Even recognized the strategy, with public attention favoring the famed master-disciple trio, and headquarters risked becoming irrelevant. This move rebalanced perception. They wanted to make sure the public didn't see only's faction as relevant, though himself didn't care, understood the motivation. Let them chase titles if they want, thought. Being special grade doesn't make you powerful, you're powerful, and that's why you're special grade, and even then there are levels to that too. He was content to let them play their political games, was on the verge of being named the 5th special grade sorcerer. During this period, the nationwide fortification of barrier systems progressed rapidly. In major areas, shelters had already been constructed. For instance, in places like, if a curse incident occurred, civilians could quickly retreat into designated shelters. Supervisors on duty could also adjust barrier efficiency depending on the threat. Tests showed that at maximum output, the barriers could hold off second-grade curses and weaker ones until sorcerers arrived. Against strong second-grade threats nearing first grade, the barriers could only hold for a short time. First-grade curses could overwhelm them, though the delay could still allow for evacuation. Special-grade threats, however, were beyond these barriers' capacity. Shelters were equipped with multiple exits. Even if a barrier was breached, people could escape through various routes. This design took into account that curses typically needed time to eliminate targets, so scattering evacuees increased survival odds. Another major initiative was the mass production of cursed tools. Had inspected the first batch personally. Currently, 3 types were in production: wooden fish, talismans, and barrier cores embedded in structures. Their purposes were detection, disruption, and defense, respectively. If a curse aura exceeded a set threshold, the wooden fish, an immobile, head-sized artifact, would emit a loud, unmistakable sound. These were arranged in overlapping zones, so nearby areas would also be alerted. Talismans were designed to repel or stun low-level curses. Fourth-grade spirits usually fled or froze. Third-grade spirits resisted more, so the recommended strategy was to deploy the talisman and head immediately for shelter. Second-grade spirits were largely unaffected, but talismans still offered a slim chance of survival for ordinary people. The final tool, the barrier core, originated from a concept within the N-Clan's 10 Shadows technique. It was used to reinforce the power and reach of existing barriers. More tools may be added in the future, but for now, development was overseen by Sensei and other clans. Stepped back after confirming production was on track. Everyone was stretched thin, not just in the other special grades. The second years like Maki and the first years were all busy with curse exorcism assignments. Most worked in pairs, gradually gaining public recognition. The public's understanding of sorcerers deepened, especially after missions began. Naturally, prominent sorcerers like and became popular. Also advanced the creation of cursed corpse familiars. His dog-shaped familiars versions of the white wolf were now semi-mass producible, though the bodies were built by logistics personnel alone crafted the cores. These cursed corpses, distributed mainly to law enforcement, looked like real dogs and could follow basic commands. If destroyed, they could be rebuilt as long as their core remained. Their design made them ideal scouts for hazardous conditions. And the family collaborated on this project, excluding other parties. Headquarters naturally were displeased. The curse outbreaks that began with were only the beginning. Others, like and soon followed. These were grade 1 to special grade threats, and his peers were constantly on missions. Meanwhile, and were progressing through first grade evaluations, was also offered access to 10 Shadows records, probably N's doing, but showed no interest in the N clan itself. He gladly accepted the records, though, in exchange from. Other family arts also circulated, juggled studying these with his assignments and what he considered equally essential, finding time to rest. Finishing missions too fast only led to more tasks. Without breaks, he'd burn out. Even office workers get weekends, often had to respond to emergencies in the dead of night. Then there were the 3 mysterious special grade sorcerers endorsed by headquarters. Each wore distinct masks, a white and gold fox, a white crow, and a black ape with twin swords. They had proven capable of exorcising special grade cursed spirits. However, was skeptical. With no prior records, he suspected they were artificially created using powerful cursed objects bonded to compatible hosts. Their sudden rise, likely orchestrated to boost the headquarters' influence, didn't sit right with him. If I met them in person, I could be sure, thought, but it's probably unnecessary. Elsewhere, unseen by the world for some time, watched from a sofa, on the screen and battled a curse. Another screen displayed a paused image of. And watched alongside him, frustrated, scratched his head. They're guarding's vessel too well, he's always with or that, should we target the special grade instead? Grinned, no need to rush, I've prepared something special, but it must unfold step by step. First, we seal and tie down, then only one special grade and our target remain. He gestured toward the image of the masked special grades, frowned. Are you sure those tools on them can do what you said? Smirked, no doubt, we're talking about the King of Curses from 1,000 years ago, this will be fun. Then with a shift in tone, he looked at them, are you ready to die? Remained calm, you humans are arrogant, I used to wonder what truly separates curses from humans. Is it form, soul, if so, how are we different from you? Steam rose from his head. We feel joy, anger, sorrow, we have family comrades. If I must die for the future of curses, I welcome it. Smiling, nodded. Same here, maybe one day more like us will be born, it's an exciting thought. A smile didn't fade, good, let's give the world a surprise. At high after a mission, heard a woman's voice call his name. He turned to see a tall, radiant with a dazzling presence. On her shoulder coiled a snake-like cursed spirit. recognized her instantly, special grade sorcerer and teacher. Before he could greet her, she grinned. Hey, what type of woman do you like? It was a familiar question. Without hesitation, replied, probably the mature type. Of course, looks matter, but character even more. Laughed, slapping his shoulder. Different answer then, but solid taste. It was quite a hassle returning from abroad. Ever since I heard the curses here were exposed, all routes back were cut off from the outside. In the end, it was the local side that came to pick me up. And walked side by side with recounting her struggles abroad. After the incident occurred, she prepared to return, but the silent blockade enforced by foreign powers made it nearly impossible. Ultimately, the local authorities arranged for her return. What the public didn't know was that this blockade targeted mass evacuations. Isolated individuals slipping through were of little concern to them. In other words, small ripples didn't matter. The Japanese government, of course, kept this hidden. Even the elite who could escape were restrained by strict regulations. So much has changed in my absence. I heard about the live broadcasts. I just saw he's as dramatic as ever, she added, chuckling. Listened quietly as they arrived at the edge of the school playground, a familiar hangout for high students. Sat on the ground, taking in the surroundings. If you've got something to say it, said bluntly as he joined her. Smirked, am I really that indecisive? Maybe the environment really does change people. Her tone shifted. I came to you for several reasons, but the main one is simple. I want to understand the current state of the country. Isn't the type to care? The folks at headquarters are more annoying than helpful, and he won't give me a straight answer. There was someone else I could ask, but they're gone now. She stared into his eyes. You and are my best options. Do you understand your position, your importance, your power? Followed her meaning without trouble. Yeah, I get it. For example, if Sensei wanted to, we could wipe out headquarters. The so-called big three families these days, it's just the family running things. Thinks ahead, things haven't escalated to that point yet. The tides are shifting, so I'm not worried. He added, but eventually those old fossils will have to step aside. This era doesn't belong to them anymore. Hopefully they'll realize that. Rested her chin on her hand, smiling in agreement. You think they're obsolete too? I once considered teaming up with, but we didn't see eye to eye. Headquarters, the N and factions, even they're all relics of a bygone era. Nodded, things are changing. He's come to some realizations. He and Principal have been working nonstop. Changing the subject, asked, I once posed this question but never got a satisfying answer. What's your take on solving the curse problem at its root? Narrowed his eyes. It wasn't an easy question, but he gave it thought. The origin of curses was clear, but solutions were elusive. Either everyone becomes a sorcerer, able to control their cursed energy and stop it from leaking, or everyone becomes like those with heavenly restriction, no cursed energy, and thus no curse generation. But both ideas were impossible. Only a god could make that happen. Offered a third view. I think this might go on for a long time, until people advance scientifically, until curses can be understood, analyzed, and controlled like any other mystery from ancient times. That's when we'll solve it. He added with a wry smile, unless this whole thing is some joke by a higher existence, then I guess we'll need to hope for divine intervention. I considered his answer. That's surprisingly reasonable, maybe even realistic. She stood up, brushing dust off her coat. Well, I'm going to see. Looking forward to our next meeting, son. Waving playfully, she turned to Liv, blinked confused. Weren't you going to ask me something? Smiled over her shoulder. I already did, bye. His return shook the world. As a special grade sorcerer, she greatly lightened the burden on and the others. Each special grade was now assigned to a general region, though this was flexible in emergencies. Her presence allowed for more coverage. With national barriers, mass-produced cursed tools, and widespread shelters, the situation was stabilizing. Time passed, the public grew accustomed to the new systems. Praise for the tools and shelters was widespread. Normalcy was returning, at least on the surface. Then an unexpected tremor shattered that peace. November 24th, 1:45 p.m., Shizuoka Prefecture. What began as a minor tremor quickly turned sinister. At first, people calmly followed earthquake drills, but no buildings were damaged. Life resumed. Then the cursed bells rang out. Used as warning tools, these wooden fish-like bells screamed across Shizuoka, echoing through its towns. And they didn't stop. Simultaneous alarms from every direction caused widespread panic. Even worse, Mount showed signs of volcanic activity. A terrifying thought gripped the public: was it going to erupt? The anomalies and curse reports were rapidly escalated. Special grade sorcerers were alerted, and the response team moved immediately. And arrived via Limitless. The bells had been forcibly shut off. The public was already evacuated. Though Mount looked stable, there was no mistaking the ominous energy within. Authorities had been monitoring this area for years. When they detected a surge in cursed energy, they called in the top-tier sorcerers. Was busy elsewhere and couldn't assist. With potential catastrophe looming, the trio acted quickly. "The aura, it's insane," muttered, removing his blindfold. His 6 eyes glowed with clarity and could feel the pressure even without his vision. Compared the aura to past special grades, none matched it. Even combined, they couldn't touch this. "No way, Mount isn't becoming a curse, right?" said nervously. "It's not going to erupt on us." Shook his head. "No, there's a massive cursed spirit inside the mountain. It's like a cursed womb on a huge scale, but stronger, much stronger." The 3 climbed the mountain, gathering data as they ascended. Then's phone rang. Only a few people had his number. Whoever was calling, it was serious. After answering, frowned deeply. Curtains appeared in. "Over 1,000 civilians are trapped, and they're calling my name." He continued, "In Kyoto, 4 special grade curses have surfaced. Headquarters won't hold. It's tied up in another battle. Put it together immediately. This is a setup." 3 locations, all timed perfectly. There's no coincidence here. They're pulling us apart. He thought of and his crew silent for too long. They've planned this, it's all bait. Sighed, "If they're using hostages, I have to go. You 2 stay here. I'll return as fast as I can. Do your best to exorcise whatever's inside this mountain." Vanished. The volcano didn't erupt, but the energy surging within grew more violent. And couldn't breach the crater, it would only worsen things. Every 3 minutes, tremors returned, stronger than before. They'd retreated lower on the mountain. Clouds gathered overhead, dark and unnatural. Broke the silence. "It's coming." Looked up, a swirling mass of clouds hovered above the peak. Cursed energy overflowed. A thunderous roar split the sky. Snow fell from the summit. Then, like a missile, a massive entity erupted from the mountain's peak into the sky. "What is that?" Even steady voice wavered. From their distance away from the mountain's base, a massive form towered above them. Peered upward, eyes widening. A colossal snake-like cursed spirit had erupted from the volcano at the summit, far larger than any they've ever seen. The black clouds overhead parted as 4 more gargantuan serpents emerged, 5 heads in total. Thunder rolled in ominous waves. Brilliant silver lightning crackled and fragmented the sky. Then, like a celestial tree, a massive lightning bolt united heaven and earth, drenching the mountain forest. In the heart of that silver storm, the giant snake glistened in the electric glow, a monster beyond imagination. "Let's greet it properly," called, surging forward as cursed energy spiraled from his right hand. He formed a time arrow, white light streaking across the storm. It struck head-on, carving a circular wound into the nearest snake head. Dark blood rained over the forest floor. The severed head recoiled, massive eyes trailing purple curses as it lifted off the mountain's remains. soon joined by 3 more unnaturally still. Another shower of scales crashed down, creating tremors beneath their feet. 5 titanic heads, 8 tails, just as the myth described. No. Weapon in hand, clicked his tongue in awe. This size and that cursed energy, this will take everything we've got. Agripping's cursed sword frowned. Let's try decapitation. The distance closed, one head lunged in a powerful snap. Another gathered raw cursed energy in its mouth. Shouted, time null state activated as his blades cut deep into snake flesh but could not sever fully, too thick. He launched another time arrow at the wounded neck. Time resumed, the head fell, blood pouring down, starting regeneration immediately. Sprang onto the severed head, materializing behind him. They surged along the head's body toward the still-rising main mass. Watched, silently acknowledging regenerated flesh. Healing was terrifying, then brilliance from above sliced through the rain. A divine strike obliterated much of the shattered rock, a massive lightning sphere. One snake head followed it through the sky only to be struck by its own unleashed beam. Smirked. That proves it's not intelligent, it fights purely on instinct, even to its detriment. You're up soon, called midair. I'm hitting the group, then it's your turns. They landed side by side its coiling base. Both the severed heads behind them stirred, ready to attack. Focused, time wheel spin activated again, cursed energy surging into all 3 blades. They slashed a circular trench around coils. Time resumed, one snake head dropped, another fell from midair, blood showering like rain. Intercepted a downward energy beam, whispering. Shouted, he sprang upward, sword extending into a terrifying net of cursed light. Followed, and together they severed 2 heads, crimson spraying everywhere. When landed, noticed the heads had reattached to their larger body with horrifying speed. Its regeneration was unmatched. It healed in seconds, that's not the point, declared. This time you take 2 heads, I'll take 3, we hit the core, full annihilation. Nodded on it. Slipped on his ring and touched it to its essence. Cursed energy exploded from both, merging into a single overwhelming presence. Materialized fully, cursed spirit and ring linked, 5 minutes of full power granted. Their energy seemed limitless, both channeling the strength of a special grade spirit. And split left and right, both converging on coiling body. A time wheel spin. Time wheel spin and simultaneously activated the technique, known as time wheel. In this near-frozen world, even the downpour that once bridged heaven and earth hung motionless in the air. At that moment, only 3 presences remained unfrozen and who was still fused with him. This was inherited technique, had once called it all forms are non-forms, but in preferred its true essence, imitation. As the name implied, technique allowed him to replicate others' techniques, but the copy was only as good as its wielder. If he imitated limitless, for instance, it lacked the full power due to not possessing the 6 eyes. The process was more mimicry than mastery, could temporarily reshape his own technique to match another's, but doing so came with a binding vow. He needed an object deeply tied to the original technique's user. Once gifted him a semi-cursed tool infused with his own technique. His ring was another such anchor, but in his case, the link came from his own blood. Never bothered crafting cursed tools. His technique wasn't compatible with tool binding anyway, so he simply shed blood, lots of it, and let consume it. With that, the connection was complete. And despite having the capability, rarely used technique, there was a clear reason for this. Under's instruction once tried injecting reverse cursed energy into the imitated technique to invoke its reversal. The result? Failure. Every attempt ended with the technique's collapse. He learned that while the forward effect of the technique could be imitated, technique reversal remained impossible, which made time wheel dangerous. Without reversal to mitigate the cost, every use was like lighting his own life force on fire. That wasn't just a theory, confirmed it with 6 eyes, confirmed it with medicine. Back on the battlefield, and moved unhindered through the still world, they ascended its monstrous body with ease. Was unfazed but curious and unfamiliar with this space, floated beside him, flicking raindrops with childlike wonder. Once was summoned, they split up and began tearing through's body with overwhelming cursed energy. Was much faster, but with support wasn't far behind. As one terrifying regeneration had halted, they severed all 5 of its heads. As the technique neared its limit, called out, "San, are you sure cursed energy alone works on it? Cursed tools might be more effective against its defense." Had already activated the technique across his 3 cursed swords and was now preparing to disengage. In theory, yes, I'll reactivate to maximize the next strike. Let's finish this in one blow. As he exited, the time null state followed suit, blood and flesh rained down. Shielded, dodged the larger chunks and began focusing his cursed energy. After briefly re-entering the time null state, condensed time arrows, then exited again, injecting energy into the technique. In mere moments, a dense sphere of swirling cursed energy had formed in his palms. Supported by did the same. As corpse soaked in blood rain began twitching, regenerating. Thankfully, they had already put distance between themselves and the remains. Several condensed time arrows launched. His own cursed energy barrage was fully charged. Though smaller in scale than his previous breath attacks, its power was formidable. The attacks hit as form began knitting back together, flesh unraveling, its massive body writhed. The time arrows and its attack collided with its torso. The rain split under the pressure of the cursed blasts, yet even that wasn't enough. The time rain. A barrier unfolded as a fusion of techniques bled into the environment. The rain itself became clearer, then activated time wheel again. A time wheel spin. But he didn't use it on himself, his target was. Blood trickled from his nose and eyes but vanished just as quickly. His manually invoked technique reversal cleaned it away. The time wheel's effect held in its grip for just a second. At the same instant, En's attacks slammed into it. The massive body was torn apart, over half of it disintegrated. The rain washed the debris away. Staggered coughing, the recoil from overloading his technique was obvious, but the results spoke for themselves. A legendary regeneration was done. Scattered flesh littered the ground, no signs of life, exhaled deeply. Is it over? Seems like it. What about those remains? Usually they fade faster. Is it because of its size? Sheathed his sword just as the remnants began evaporating. Purple-black smoke rose. Scowled, he fired a burst of cursed energy, but it passed straight through the smoke. Oh, what the hell is this? Reached toward it, no effect. The smoke gathered in the air, condensing into a massive orb. Alarmed, both tried to strike again. This time their attacks bounced back. The sphere remained unscathed. Drew his cursed sword, grabbed him and hurled him into the air. No radiating blinding light slashed into the orb. The result, explosion. Purple smoke surged outward, cursed energy flooded the air. A wet sound hit the ground, something landed behind then. A scream. Turned. Lay motionless, blood stained the puddles beneath him, his broken form dissipated. Time wheel reverse. Time reversal surged over, wounds, blood erased. Life returned to his face, reformed. A move, shouted. He reactivated the technique, but inside time null he saw no presence near. He spun. A figure emerged. A naked man, flawless, muscular, dark purple markings spiraled across his chest. His face looked eerily like. But that wasn't what unnerved. Even inside the time null state, this being was still moving. Realizing what was happening, once more imitated his technique and raced to his side. This shouldn't be possible. Oh, 40 minutes after the barrier appeared, 2,432 people remained trapped. A strange message began to circulate. A call-out's name and you'll be saved. No one knew where the rumor started, but fear made them listen, and soon the chant spread. Then arrived. The crowd surged, voices overlapping in desperation. Extended limitless slightly, the air itself halted their approach. And everyone quiet. The chaos calmed, faces were still pale with fear. "Excuse me, thank you," he said, parting the sea of people. He floated upward onto invisible steps. "I'm here to save you." He paused, in his 6 eyes 2 figures emerged. Familiar faces. The crowd sensed danger and scattered, but the barrier held them close. "A Hanami ready. A percent and I'm fine for the future." Stepped through the sky curious. "That big one from earlier, was that yours? Hostages now, huh?" He smiled, flexing his fingers. "Wanna say your last words?" Who had other motives, humored the banter. While activating domain amplification, he said, "Don't you wonder what that curse was? This world isn't yours alone." Slipped off his blindfold, his 6 eyes lit up. "Honestly, I don't care. I've got 2 students down there. I trust them." His body vanished. Was mid-motion, a hand seized his arm, a fist met his stomach. Flames burst from his mouth but brushed them aside. Hanami joined the fray but only delayed him for seconds. Neutralizing Limitless with a domain's sure-hit effect, smart move. He caught Hanami's thorn strike, snapped it, then shattered his arm. Hanami. Called once, Hanami understood. Charged, Hanami from a distance, stood among civilians and clasped his hands. Green and white light flooded the space within the barrier, and due to the crowd, couldn't unleash his full power to interrupt Hanami. By contrast, was nearly giving his life to protect the hostages. Even slaps, blue and reversal, red couldn't be used at full strength, it would devastate the innocent. If sacrificed a few, would fight to the death. In such a confined area, any clash of unrestrained power would kill everyone instantly. Pressed on, determined to exorcise and the others before casualties mounted. But then Hanami activated a domain expansion, forcing to hesitate. Should he abandon restraint? But how could he risk countless lives in a clash of domains? Still, Hanami's domain formed instantly. The underground station vanished, replaced by a lush forest. Concrete turned to soil and grass. Vines erupted from beneath the earth and luminescent lights floated in the air, deceptively serene. The crowd had no time to admire it. Vines wrapped around them in an instant. Under Hanami's technique, they sank into deep sleep. Casually snapped 2 vines, they had low defense and regrew fast. His 6 eyes revealed the true danger. The domain was linking the hostages to its power, pumping them full of vitality, but also preparing to reverse that flow and drain their lives at Hanami's will. The scene looked dreamy, but it hid a lethal trap. Even felt the domain sapping him, albeit slowly. "Trying to tie me down with hostages," murmured. He dodged flame-wreathed punch and countered with a devastating blow that sliced through, but healed instantly once the fist, a result of Hanami's domain buff, as realized. That wasn't going to work. He detached one of his arms and kicked him away, then he raised a hand. A domain expansion, unlimited void. A flash of infinite light so abrupt it felt unreal, then silence fell. Ignoring, rushed toward Hanami, who stood frozen. The clash shattered Hanami's domain in a heartbeat. What a difference, Hanami thought as face slammed into his vision, a hand covering his eyes. He roared on the edge of the domain collapse. Normally, domain would kill hostages caught within it, surely would have expected that. But maintained perfect control. His domain took down Hanami, leaving furious and enraged. Everyone here will die for you, bellowed, unleashing his own domains. A domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountains. Heat spiked as volcanic fire consumed the area. Anyone trapped would be annihilated. Hanami's head hit the ground. Under's furious glare raised a finger. A domain expansion, Unlimited Void. He shattered domain a second time, this time barely registered it. Stood with one hand frozen mid-seal, his 6 eyes glaring down. Oh, it worked, panted, drained. Your domain, it's too strong, but I learned something. But the power was gone, could barely summon another word as advanced. It tried to block but struck, arms shattered, chest pierced, and emerged clean. Thrown to the ground, struggled as life seeped out. Directed rescue teams to the unconscious hostages. From his 6 eyes, he noticed reaching for something. Curious, began to step forward until a voice echoed far too familiar. A long time no see. Turned and his blood ran cold. Standing before him was alive and holding the prison realm. As instincts roared, this was impossible. His 6 eyes swore this was, but he refused to believe it. Memories flashed, stared at him. Who are you? Before could answer, chains of cursed energy erupted behind. He tried to respond, but every limb was bound by tentacles. A prison realm close. The cursed object swallowed utterly. Murmured, I wanted to catch up with you, but it's too late. He attempted to retrieve the cube. It was rooted to the earth. Undeterred, turned instead to, laying prone nearby. Let's make use of this one, he said gently. He placed a red bead in his mouth. Once swallowed, glanced at the prison realm, and he walked away. If my assessment is accurate, it doesn't just resurrect, it copies the technique of whoever kills it. First it duplicated my time wheel, and now it's mimicking your imitation, spoke, analyzing the creature. His eyes widened in disbelief. It really can do that, but there must be a limit to its resurrection. 5 times, answered as they both realized the significance. The serpent's 5 active heads were no coincidence. Glanced at who hadn't activated the time null state and leaned toward. If it's my imitation, you just need to avoid letting it take your flesh. Frowned, I just don't know if it stoles power too. Its cursed energy is already off the charts. Stepped back as advanced to engage. He analyzed from range. Probably not. So far, it's only replicated the forward rotation of my technique, not the reverse or any derivatives, and it shows no real intelligence, it's just imitating. Their ongoing clash with confirmed this. Aside from immense cursed energy, brute strength and aggression showed no other skill. Exhaled, relieved. He pulled out his phone and dialed repeatedly before trying another line. Hello, is this? As he spoke, he switched to supervisor mode and rejoined the fight, but from a more strategic position. Mentally reviewed the plan, acquires techniques only from the killer, a dangerous trait, so only opponents whose technique it could copy without enabling it were safe to engage. Fit that criterion, formidable but containable. Couldn't finish it, but he could slow it down until Maki arrived to deliver the final blow and test its limits. Ended the call, with him were Maki and they stood amid a devastated street, corpses littering the ground. Across from them were and a monstrous cursed spirit, an octopus-headed horror they'd faced before alongside infected humans. Turned to and the others in a low voice, and need backup, said Maki-san and I are up next. Maki frowned, backup for them, they must be in trouble, but we'll do it. Before the group could move, glanced at his phone, showed no emotion, then faced the cursed spirit, Dagon, a massive octopus-faced entity. Playtime's over, you handle this, Dagon, just don't die. He paused, looked at, and then turned and walked away upstairs. Everyone froze, should they chase? Took charge, Maki go find or another supervisor and head for location. If they can't handle this, worse threats may emerge. And signaled to go with Maki, he nodded, feeling the pressure. Dagon attacked, sea-like energy and fish beasts surged forward. This defended them, tearing apart the creatures, and the others stepped up to back him, looked back at them, then followed Maki away from the fray. Aboard the bus to Shizuoka. Maki and Found explained their mission and boarded a shuttle toward Shizuoka. Asked quietly, ran into trouble, what's going on? Maki kept a level voice. He said he needs us. So with him, beyond that I don't know more yet. As they drove through pouring rain toward Mount, the scene blurred past empty roads and masses huddled in shelters. Towers of dark clouds draped the mountain in gloom. They arrived at a ravaged battlefield. In the center were three figures locked in combat, but one was clearly in a battle's resurgence, and had been trapped in a stalemate with, relying on his some techniques and to stall, but the enemy had proved dangerous. It fired black flash attacks in quick succession and silently achieved multiple hits, took painful blows but used reverse rotation to cancel them out until the assault intensified. Realizing he couldn't rely on stalling forever, moved to full offensive mode when Maki and arrived. He cast an amber seal on a temporary hold with phenomenal effort. Gritting his teeth, he rushed with orders. This cursed spirit takes your technique. So you and I deal most of the damage, hit hard, but leave the killing blow to Maki-san. Nodded, tossed Maki the Noan spider cutter. Do this by the book, you must inflict over 50% of the damage. Maki-san takes the finishing strike. Go. They launched their charges, used time null to disable major attacks, channeled energy to condense cursed energy into a blade, black flash delivered with brutal precision. He stumbled, shredding its limbs. Finally, Maki leapt in with both blades drawn, regrew an arm, but Maki's strikes were ruthless. Her blades flashed in the rain, one pierced its head, another sliced its neck and chest. She pressed with furious precision until collapsed. Resurrection again. Maki stepped back, panting. Did that do it? He shook his head. Not yet, we counted this as the third kill. It can resurrect 5 times. Red flesh erupted from the soaked ground, coalescing into a grotesque mass. A hand burst through the blood and mud, then reformed before them with Maki's face on its body. The illusion was chilling. It cracked a smile, voice grave. Now we test it further, did not activate his technique. He took the sword from Maki and confronted the newly reformed. At their first clash, the no in his hand emitted a brittle, grating crack. A terrifying force hurled him backward. Blood mist blurred his figure, but in the next moment he reappeared, unscathed, steady on his feet. The power far beyond. The gap in strength was staggering, realized just how far beyond this being lay. Using time wheel's spin, entered time null state and repositioned before. Despite its sluggishness in comparison, he sensed its gaze lock onto him. When struck with his sword, the blade plunged into yet wouldn't budge, an unthinkable display of physical strength. He thought this strength, it exceeds that of any human, even other cursed spirits. To test this further, unleashed pure cursed energy toward, as always, it had negligible effect. Releasing his technique fully, a pale blue aura exploded outward, but when the smoke cleared, remained nearly intact. Its wounds sealed themselves even before the mist dispersed. A body that could endure massive cursed energy attacks and heal rapidly. Combined with Maki's earlier observation, the skull had slain it before. One thought echoed in everyone's mind: this creature was something else entirely. Swayed and blurred, then dispersed. The ground cracked under an immense surge of cursed energy. The speed and power had increased again, but only time null allowed him to keep pace. He evaded the flurry of strikes, entered time null once more, and launched 4 consecutive black flashes. His hits collided, black brilliance rending the foe, was sent flying like cannon shot, spewing blood in all directions. It replicated stability, and Maki noted in unison, breathless. Added, it can copy whatever it gets, disregarding restrictions, even forbidden techniques. Nodded, yes, theoretically if Sensei killed it, it would copy limitless, even without 6 eyes. Realize the strategy. That's why you called us. We don't have techniques. If we kill it, it won't get stronger. Rose again, restored, glanced at, "You're up. I'm going to push it. Just swing when the time is right. Have you practiced with a sword?" Fumbled, accepting, "I mostly do hand to hand." "Don't worry, aim well and strike true." Launched forward, weaving a net of that force to reveal itself. Its speed, though formidable, was still manageable against time manipulation. Its attacks shattered the ground but didn't reach him. Raised his sword, time stop. Rainwater frozen mid-fall formed a crystalline dome around. Watched in awe as everything inside was suspended, cursed energy stopped in place. His voice echoed. Now, channeled cursed energy into, in that frozen moment, there was only the sword and the target, no hesitation. Slash. A black light tore through the dome, form splintered in an overwhelming strike. Rushed in and threw aside just as body began to disintegrate. He braced himself, eyes sharp. Now they would see, would copy's form unchanged, or would it gain's power? Blood and flesh scattered across the battlefield and reformed into. This time it looked exactly like it, even worse mask, but those pupil-less purplish eyes remained unsettlingly inhuman. It charged without any fanfare or special ability, just raw aggression. Elsewhere and stood in the shadows with 3 masked sorcerers. The special grade cursed spirit summoned by Lay destroyed, eyed the trio curiously. "They carry intriguing cursed objects," he mused. "They share my methods, but their souls have changed." Smiled, focus, "Are you going in or shall I?" Strolled forward, "I'll go, let me study 2 of them." Suddenly's controlled humans transformed into grotesque hunks of flesh, his staple idol transfiguration unleashed. The trio sprang into action. A figure in a monkey mask materialized, grasping a lightning-wreathed sword. He swung it in a thunderous arc. A lightning strike, myriad prisons. Lightning erupted everywhere, eradicating's creations in a deadly flash. When the electricity subsided, only scorched earth remained. From underground emerged, undamaged and smirking, he brushed off soot. "You've got power." Monkey Mask tightened his grip on the sword. It crackled and revealed ancient runes. The legendary spirit blade, now glowing with raw cursed energy. His form twisted and expanded in midair, transforming into a beastly killing machine massacre spirit body. Black tail and spines appeared, electricity aligning with his own body. They struck, bolts clashed against raw cursed energy, but the spirit blade was stronger, barely held his ground, his elbow spikes cracking. Suddenly, from the shadows, a crow-masked figure unleashed a brilliant, warm light like midday sun, convulsed in pain. Emerged, earth tremored as his cursed spirits gathered, rumbling with power, summoned a black barrier and smiled wildly. A self-embodiment of perfection. He trapped the masked trio inside his domain. Black hands lunged, but the crow's light shielded them. The monkey mask breathed heavily. "Oh, we can't stay in here." The fox mask pressed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. A glow flowed from his palm into, transforming its dormant power, ready for whatever came next. The grip tightly by the ape mask unleashed a seemingly endless torrent of lightning. Yet instead of scattering, the brilliant current gathered and spiraled around the blade. As the pressure intensified, the lightning condensed into a near-liquid form, then began spreading outward from the sword's core. At first glance, it looked as if a massive, vertical eye had opened in the heavens, complemented by the radiant light emitted from the fox mask's hand. In that moment, it felt as though a thunder god had descended. This domain expansion had been isolated by unknown means. Even his idol transfiguration, normally guaranteed to land, was blocked by a thin veil of light. Though he could break through eventually, it was clear his opponents wouldn't give him the time. The Thunder Eye fully emerged. A blinding light erupted, engulfing all 3 masked figures. An overwhelming force compressed the very space inside the domain expansion. barely managed to apply idle transfiguration to himself before the ocean of lightning consumed everything. The domain collapsed, torn open by the force of the attack. Shattered and scattered, the domain expansion dissolved as stray currents of lightning fizzled into the air. His mutilated form emerged from the rubble, charred and half destroyed, a grim testament to the devastation he'd endured. The three masked fighters were clearly worn down. The move had cost them dearly. Ape Mask and Fox Mask were visibly drained. Only the White Crow appeared somewhat composed, stepping forward, preparing to strike the final blow. I warned you, those three cursed tools aren't simple things. The sudden voice froze them. Still, they'd anticipated this possibility. Ape Mask instinctively regripped the ready to fight, no retreat, no hesitation. But then he appeared, and even through their masks, expressions of disbelief formed on their faces. They recognized him instantly. As a former special-grade sorcerer, his information was recorded in the archives, including his death. Ape Mask, the facto leader, processed this rapidly. The before them was unmistakably real. It was highly unlikely that a curse user could imitate someone of his caliber so flawlessly. Setting aside that minuscule possibility, if this was indeed the who had been killed, then the implications were terrifying. He'd been killed by. If was still alive, did that mean had helped him? His mind raced. The three fused cursed tools, they were clearly the target. Had this all been an act, a long game? But why would his faction, already so powerful, need to collude with cursed spirits? Could something even bigger be at play? Unconcerned by recognition, gave a passing glance to the masked trio, then looked at who was now slewing off the damaged portions of his body. Let me handle it, we're out of time. The situation in Tokyo isn't looking good, you head to high. The three masked figures caught something ominous in his voice, but before they could react, a shadow fell over them. It was a massive, cross-legged figure hovering midair, 4 hands wrapped in thick prayer beads. Its head was that of an elephant, majestic and brutal at once, holy yet menacing. The cursed aura and swirling energy left no doubt. This was no mere spirit, it was a Under's command. The elephant god raised 2 hands into a mudra. Ape Mask shouted a warning, while Fox Mask unleashed a wave of white light again, but it was instantly suppressed by an invisible force. The trio floated helplessly, their cursed energy sealed. Still weakened, they could only depend on Fox Mask's ability to hold on. A domain expansion, womb profusion. His hands folded into a reverse mudra. Behind him, a grotesque tree sprouted, its trunk made from blood-red spirits, riddled with twisted faces and corrupted feminine forms. A warped beauty, horrifying yet seductive, seeped into their minds, rooting itself deeply and refusing to let go. The darkness spread. The white light surrounding them was torn apart, disintegrating under the creeping blackness. A bang! They hit the ground, hard, motionless. Check them, no pulse, no movement. The domain still didn't vanish. He glanced toward unreadable, then dismissed the thought. The plan had reached this point, no need for unnecessary detours. The domain expansion finally faded, stepped forward, picking up a flicker of black light swallowed the blade into the void. Let's find the others. Tilted his head as rummaged through the remains of the fallen. Moments later, stood bloodied but victorious, holding 2 artifacts, a dark, ancient mirror and a palm-sized, white with golden streaks. A mirror, no, they're finally mine. These things were wasted on you, but thanks anyway. He tucked them away and turned to. Everything's going smoothly, head to high, recover the fingers they're guarding. As for me, I have an old friend to visit. Meanwhile, the unable to copy's technique posed little threat, had now confirmed how its mimicry worked. It required the final blow to be delivered by the ability's original wielder. In theory, someone could weaken it, and a weaker individual could deliver the finishing strike, preventing from copying anything. But that was far-fetched. His own power made that scenario nearly impossible. More concerning, could copy heavenly restrictions, using them more terrifyingly than Maki herself. Fortunately, this isn't a fundamental evolution. If it mastered his reverse technique, that'd be a nightmare. His main strength lay in his enhanced body and raw cursed energy. His influence offered extra resistance and durability, but couldn't copy the King of Curse's soul. Still, this movement's lagged, his speed overwhelmed it, ultimately it crumbled. The final blow was delivered by As Dissolved Turn 2. That's the 5th time. Optimistically, this was its last life. Worst case, we've only killed its avatars. Everyone remained tense, no anomalies, until scanning the sky said, "The rain stopped, the clouds are breaking." No one had noticed until now, but the storm's end had begun. Looked up, realization dawning. The sunlight streamed through, gentle, warm, it should brought relief. Instead, a figure descended through the rays. Maki, take and go. He had sensed it, something was wrong. The descending figure had a flawless, sculpted body, genderless, ethereal, divine, naked but exuding purity and power, its face calm and inhuman. Maki didn't hesitate, she dragged and retreated. Reborn once more, hovered inches above the ground. His glowing purple eyes betrayed no emotion. "What the hell is that?" whispered. No, he'd seen it too. A halo floated behind, barely visible. Within it, something moved. Raised his hand and pressed it to his chest. His flesh rippled like water and light escaped from within. The time wheels spin. Activated his technique to interrupt and test his new states. Yet moved inside time null that shouldn't have been possible. A time wheel. His hand fully submerged into his chest, then re-emerged holding a beam of light. Had no time to analyze it, no one descended upon. A clash. With one clean strike, the cursed blades shattered. 2 weapons between grade 1 and special grade broken effortlessly. A deep gash tore into organs visible, any deeper and he'd be dead. Time wheel reverse. The injuries vanished, the blades reformed, had escaped death. Didn't pursue, he merely hovered, holding that light. Moved, copying's technique, discovering the same anomaly. It murmured grimly, he's not just copying techniques now, that light, it's dangerous. Raised the glowing beam, and from the halo behind him, 8 spectral snakes emerged, transparent, divine. They coiled around him, forming a protective ring. The next moment, light fell from the sky. The transparent dragon serpents stretched their glowing forms across the sky, light and shadow woven together like living divine murals. It was hard to fathom that such colossal entities could emerge from a light wheel no taller than a human, hovering behind. These serpentine creatures, holy in appearance but deadly in reality, slithered through the sky like sacred beasts. Yet they were nothing less than a deadly threat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from view. Despite their seemingly graceful movement, their speed was monstrous. In a flash, they struck the earth, obliterating mountains and tearing the ground open like parchment. The previously cratered battlefield was now completely disfigured, reshaped by the descending wrath of dragon serpent shadows. Towers of upheaved earth, like crumbling skyscrapers, twisted into the air and collapsed on themselves. In mere seconds, the battlefield had been rendered nearly unrecognizable. Pure cursed energy, but this feels different. It's so refined, it's almost like a technique in itself. Standing at the edge of the ravaged zone and watched as the dragon serpents reformed, returning to side. The creatures danced in the air with grace, yet carried an oppressive sense of death. Narrowed his eyes, then turned to. Let's test his current state. Be on guard, every movement matters now. Activating his technique, forced into the time null state once more, But what was terrifying wasn't its response, it was his lack of one. He entered the temporal stillness automatically without a moment of conscious effort. This wasn't instinct, this was something deeper, something alien. It quickly followed into the time null state, then moved. In a blur, the godlike figure appeared before them. The light he held, previously shrouded, was now revealed, a long, straight-bladed sword, elegant and lethal. It shimmered with a faint mist of gold and white, condensed into a blade no mortal blacksmith could create. Not forged of steel, but of divine essence. And understood instantly, this was no ordinary cursed weapon. This had to be the stolen artifact, no. But something was off. According to the records at headquarters, the blade had originally appeared as a dull, unremarkable iron sword. Durable, yes, but never divine, yet now in his hands it radiated celestial power. It was no longer just a weapon, it was a relic. As lunged, refused to confront the blade directly again. Instead, he dodged back, releasing a charged time arrow in the same breaths. And on the other side, compressed their cursed energy and unleashed a joint attack toward. As the divine sword cleaved through the air, it met time arrow and sliced it cleanly in two. The arrow dissolved, the residual blast harmlessly dispersing over his body without leaving a scratch. As planned his next move, a searing pain struck his chest. He looked down to see a thin, crimson line, an aerial slash. It hadn't come from any visible movement. A remote slash that has to be from the sword itself. His instincts confirmed it. The blade could strike from afar, its reach wasn't bound by mere range. Without hesitation, launched forward, using the opening created by his attack, he closed in, forcing slightly off balance. With both no end in hand, he struck its neck. The blades connected, and then stopped. Only a thin trickle of blood emerged. His hand reached up, gripped the blade, and squeezed. The sheer force pulled forward, but he reacted instantly, releasing the hilt and sending a punch straight into his face, cursed energy surging through his fist. The impact landed. Blood splattered, shimmering purple like liquid gemstones in the air. But barely flinched. He twisted his body at an unnatural angle and brought down Noan a clean, direct arc. No flourish, no technique, just speed. And that speed was terrifying. Despite sharing time null enhancements, his movements now far surpassed, his blade tore through side midair. Even before he fully rotated, saw the gash deep enough to reach organs. Yet within a breath, he reversed the damage. Time wheel reverse. The wound vanished, recovered his blade and pulled back immediately. His body was tougher than anything he'd ever encountered. Even with Maki's heavenly restriction, nothing should have been this durable. His slashes barely left marks, his black flash wasted. And wasn't done, he turned away from and struck at who had gathered immense energy. A single strike. The slash didn't just hit her, it tore through the air behind her and reached. Even though had anticipated it and dodged, a gash still appeared across his torso. Only reversal saved him. Gritted his teeth. San, I want to try something, I'll imitate his technique. Hesitated. It was a dangerous gamble. His power likely wasn't a technique, it was something more, something fundamental. But it already moved. Using stored remnants of his body, he activated imitation. At the same moment, both their time wheels reached their limit. Recovery phase initiated. Charged, attempting to mimic his ability, he allowed himself to be cut down deliberately. Once again reversed the damage. But his face turned pale. It didn't work. Wasn't surprised, his revival wasn't just a technique, there was something else, something that couldn't be. It reminded him of limitless, unique, bound to the self. Suddenly, the sword glowed again. The 8 dragon serpent shadows returned, bursting from the halo behind. The two instantly felt it, an overwhelming primal danger. Time stop. activated the technique in its perfected form, grabbing and pulling him from harm's way. Yet's range had expanded grotesquely. Even though the light couldn't reach inside the time-stop zone, witness the chaos beyond. Beams of light shattered across the sky, and from within them even brighter explosions bloomed. What emerged wasn't destruction, it was radiant annihilation. But then darkness. Black cracks began appearing in the sky, thin and almost invisible. Only the contrast against the blinding light made them detectable. Retreated, dragging the time-stop field with him, the darkness spread until it reached its limit. He released the technique. The light faded, the black fissures vanished. Silence. All that remained was a lifeless, circular crater hundreds of meters wide. Not even pebbles had survived. The soil itself had turned to dust. Stunned, couldn't speak, had disappeared from the sheer damage, felt his body failing. Pain erupted from every nerve. His technique had overexerted his physical limits. He felt his consciousness slipping. He understood, had adapted. Even time wheel's recoil no longer hindered him. But worse, had entered a moment of collapse. After the dual clash of forward and reverse, his technique became unresponsive. In that brief window, he couldn't activate it at all. His mind was unraveling, consciousness thinning. This was no longer metaphorical. This was death, real, irreversible. If he didn't regain control, he would die. A sorcerer never dies with regret. As words echoed. Regret welled up, then passed. Let go of it all. And then he saw it. His technique. Not physically, but in some strange metaphysical space, he saw it. A blur, a circle, shifting forms, spikes, gears, uneven spokes. The clock. It shifted again, then condensed into a perfect sphere. Master it. He reached for it. The moment he touched it, the world exploded outward. He stood on time itself, riding its currents, walking its banks, watching the flow. And at the edge of oblivion, he woke up. Opened his eyes. Before him stood radiant and divine. The sword gleamed. And breath steady whispered. Time wheel time rippled backwards. Watched as the reversed river began flowing upstream, gears of time turning. The imminent threat of death vanished. He and returned to their stance before attack while remained nearby. San murmured, the realization clear on his face, reappeared beside him. They gazed at who seemed momentarily lost in thought. Our assessment was off, continued. Its power isn't bound by the original user's limits. Imitation won't work then, I'll have to use domain expansion. San, if it fails, you must escape, right? Still anchored in inner focus, nodded silently, his instincts agreeing with the plan. Released and summoned his domain expansion. A domain expansion. Vanished from side, reappearing in midair near. Strike faltered strangely and seized the gap, landing a heavy punch to its chest. The impact unleashed surging cursed energy. Instead of dissipating, the energy penetrated, causing only an invisible ripple, but was pushed back. Moments later, his chest reformed and his domain had taken effect. A pure love. Under this domain, reality warped, mirrors reflected their forms infinitely. The three stood surrounded by endless reflections. As domain didn't guarantee a sure hit, it simply amplified one chosen technique. He smiled with steel in his eyes, blood trickling from his face. One reflection of detached, drilled into the mirrored floor and emerged. It carried the same sword and halo, indistinguishable in power. A sudden spray of blood flew toward he just witnessed clash with that clone. The slash had come from the sword. Neither side could outlast one another, both had extraordinary regeneration. Exhaled sharply. The domain works. Nodded, had still not mastered domain expansion, maybe not even a simple domain yet. That left hope. But then everything shifted again. His clone and pushed it back, forcing into retreat. Yet just then the halo and sword glowed fiercely, lifted the no, and a beam of light shot upward through the mirrors, fracturing the domain. The mirrors shattered, cut through clouds, carving a long fissure in the earth. Still recovering, was caught off guard. Struck again through broken void, dodged, but was sliced apart. Once more he was healed by reversal. Gritted his teeth. You must leave now. No, I can't let it go. It'll wreck everything's. I know, said calmly amid the chaos. I'll handle it. Behind him, the dragon serpent shadow reformed, recovered rapidly, imitated its technique, and vanished from the scene. Remained taller now, a vertical eye opened on its forehead, an orb of pure light. Destruction spread once more. Closed his eyes. Untrust your true self, don't think, don't hesitate. His fingers weaved into form, a silent barrier dropped, light vanished, the entire space held without change. Formation, dwelling decay, emptiness, 4 kalpas of annihilation. Domain expansion, returning to nothingness. His mind returned in sudden silence. He found himself standing on unfathomable water, opaque and bottomless. All around were fragmented screens, each projecting broken scenes in loops. Some advanced, some rewound, others flashed and froze. All ultimately shattered and fell into that dark sea. He sensed himself sinking, but the hit to his senses forced him into stillness. No cursed energy flowed, no technique could be declared, just empty darkness. He stood there aware of 3 hours and 26 minutes, then a day, a month, a year. Gradually, he lost the sense of time and self, merging with the void. Then, age unknown, he reached oblivion's bottoms. Finally, daylight, he understood it was sunlight, recalling his memories, standing in a giant circular pit. He vanished from the pit, reappeared on solid ground, no sign of only faint scorched patterns. He looked back at the perfect hemisphere hundreds of meters wide, was gone. Returning to nothingness, death itself, so this is the origin and end. Understood, everything inside this domain returned to eternal nothingness. No trace remained, not artifact, not enemy. Time to return. Cut to palace. Sat opposite in disguise, her face uneasy, sighed gently. What path will you force me onto now? He smiled, patient. You can refuse, but that path you walk has never served true purpose. It leads only to failure. His technique granted immortality, but not conscious survival. Herself would be lost in transformation. That transformation was unacceptable. She nodded, acknowledging the traps. Smirked slightly. The prison realm, and that's your plan, right? He frowned, turning inward. He'd placed passive cursed spirits inside to monitor battle. The reports came, had retrieved at least part of technique, then battled fiercely. Then's domain triggered and vanished immediately afterward. Gasped, you mean it died already? Yes, unexpectedly fast, but part of the design, we need momentum. He rose, leaving Palace's barrier broken. He found his true body mummified and dormant and activated his technique to take control. Where is body? Nodded, then teleported them to a secret room. The body lay wrapped and ancient. Touched it gently, perfect. He left. A next move might be sealed soon, now is time. Back within, they learned of seal being executed. 3 special grade sorcerers killed, high breached, resurrected, all were secondary. This remained their first priority, break seal at station. This doesn't exactly follow canon. You might also be wondering why Bro's acting like he has no knowledge about canon. I don't know. Just think of it as him not remembering much. It's still fun to read either way. A pick between. Domain expansion, collapse of all things. Domain expansion. Returning to nothingness, Dagon's domain expansion unleashed an unending tide of fish like apparitions drilling out of the air like torrential seawater. along with and were cornered inside this relentless domain. His chimera shadow beast, evil prison dog, was streaked with fluid from slicing through the demons. Though his technique tore them apart, his allies suffered for each kill. Alert to the incoming swarm, only round deer provided crucial support. They faced a clear choice. Options were: summon his newly tamed tiger funeral, fuse it as a chimera via technique amplification, and strike a decisive blow. Expand his domain and perform that amplification from within, maximizing success odds, though domain clashes were uncertain. His cursed energy could support only one plan, and the enemy allowed no recovery. Retreat was impossible as gazed on piles of shattered bones, there was no turning back. And he ordered eyes steely, "This domain offers little defense. I'll expand mine, open the exit, you escort the others out." Knotted wounds ragged on his shirt, yet he remained composed. "Send and away, I'll stay with you, consider it an adult stubbornness." Chimed in fierce, "Let me stay, I have one more strike left, I want to land it." Before could speak, intervened gently but firmly, "You must go, you'll only be in harm's way." Added, "Trust us, find survivors outside, you'll be safer." Gripping his own powerlessness, accepted, "I'm sorry." Had no time to process it, he prepared for the final move. A domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Gardens. His new domain unfurled inside Dagon's. The moment the edges overlapped, the two domains began their deadly clash. A shadow whirlpool opened beneath. Through it, he escaped. His final words drifted away as poured everything into the technique amplification. Hand signs forming a tiger's head, summon tiger funeral. A fierce, ethereal tiger adorned in black and white flames, towering at human height. It roared, scattering any brave enough to approach. Then four shadows, Max Elephant and Round Deer, fused with the tiger, transforming into a towering armored spirit warrior. The mask, now tiger-like, the form 3 meters of righteous fury. In its grasp, a sword of pure shadow. Thus rose the new evil prison dog, a ghostly samurai warrior. It darted toward Dagon mid-battle with summoning fresh from waves. Dagon aimed to overwhelm. But evil prison dog cut through them. Each slash sent rippling lines of shadow energy across the domain. Evil prison dog drew a second blade. At the forefront of the battle, it had but one purpose: annihilate. It kicked debris aside, retrieving her nails with determination. "Ready, this one's mine." A glasses crooked, gripped his weapon calmly. "Keep your domain steady, we'll take it from here." The wave of crashed in. Evil prison dog slashed, and the water itself shredded into voids. Shadows blended into blade lines, tearing apart everything in its path. That escaped were cut down by precision. Fiercely chanting, straw doll technique, resonance. Nails plunged into, connecting to Dagon's network. With a black flash, her strike exploded. Even minor damage reached the cursed spirit's deeper form. The waves faltered, Dagon, weakened visibly, saw the chance. He commanded evil prison dog to strike with both blades. The slash burst across the domain, a maw of shadows consuming everything. The domain collapsed. Dagon, critically wounded, could not sustain his technique. Shadows consumed the sea, the skyline, even the world transformed into grayscale gloom, lit only by a faint black sun. Inside that ruin, evil prison dog towered larger, armored in feathers and dawn shadows. Remained by side, slumped exhausted, checked the perimeter. Dagon's voice whispered his regrets. "Hanami, I also helped." Silence swallowed him, then the shadow blade dropped, Dagon's consciousness shattered. Their final gambit succeeded. Stood drained, collapsing his domain, the chimera vanished, only remained as protective. Sank to the ground, panting, her energy nearly spent, checked news on his phone. Both stared at him when he spoke. "Has been sealed. Cut to station." Entered alone, accompanied only by Maki, and civilians had been evacuated. The station was a doctor approached hurriedly, anxious. San, you must know, is sealed within the station. The N later is there too. Curse masters appeared suddenly, clearly targeting. Nodded, understood, I'll handle it, you all move out. With assistance was drawn to another threat, Maki, and were assigned duties outside. Stepped alone into the underground station. There, N and two curse masters fought fiercely over a sinister object, a square talisman with eerie eyes. As soon as appeared, the masters froze. They recognized him, fear flickered in their eyes. He approached and lifted the object. It was heavier than expected, requiring cursed energy just to hold. Then he spoke, voice cold and unwavering. Have your hands been stained with innocent blood? Of course, they're all wanted. Calling them wicked is an understatement. They out like rats when they heard was sealed, and said mercilessly. The two defeated curse masters and their hidden allies were opportunists. Some had fled abroad and perished, others hid. Now, believing gone, they'd reemerged. His words cut to the truth. These were low to mid-tier masters whose survival relied on fear and hiding. One glance revealed they were no match. Even Koji, sweating and shaken, tried casting a talisman, summoned a smoke-wreathed old man, but the spell collapsed before he could flee. His companion transformed into a snarling wolf-like monster with claws, tail, and gray bristles. Noted Drayli, so there really are werewolves. Vampires might be out shopping, maybe from the clan. The werewolf pounced, but before it landed, reappeared and killed both master and in one move. Then he turned his attention back to whose condition was serious. This cursed tool, what's your plan for freeing? Asked. Stared at the artifact, the prison realm cube with eyes on its surface. He poured from his liquor gourd and admitted he'd only a vague recognition, suggesting asking or family experts. Frowned, he resisted using to nothingness to destroy it, afraid that might kill too. Instead, they exited the station and contacted his clan. Soon the news came, had vanished. Palace breached, but its barrier remained intact. How? This signaled an unprecedented breach, sealed, missing, nothing could be assumed safe. We must rescue first, said decisively. Intel confirmed the tool was a special-grade cursed item designed to seal a sorcerer's death. Breaking it meant killing the user or using a disruptive technique, not your average strike. Outside on-site agreed. Attacks are ineffective, we need someone with a unique technique. A suspicious agent arrived from headquarters offering cursed tools help, but dismissed him coldly. State your purpose clearly. Started to explain, but was cut off and quietly dismissed by glare. And stepped away, alone at the center, placed the tool on the ground. If return to nothingness is too destructive of sensei, I'll try time stop. This artifact needs cursed energy to seal. If we halt, time. Pulling out no, activated time stop. The others watched, astonished. Slashes left marks as time froze, revealing its resilience. Even after several attempts, it healed slowly. Finally, he carved a deep black crack and stepped back. The time stop ended. The prison realm unraveled like a shattered cube and tumbled out. His breath caught. What had he walked into? Oh, sensei, he asked. Gave a familiar half-smile, his eyes distant. Handled that other scene right. Nodded, yes, found your domain, and I've mastered a domain too. Cursed spirit gone, but are you okay? Waved in greeting to, and feels like no time passed, but I saw someone familiar who shouldn't have been there. Oh, a guest. Furrowed his brow, but wasn't he? Nodded, 6 eyes confirmed, but intuition says otherwise. So that fake is aligned with, and the cursed deduced. Then learned was missing, but since the barriers were intact, she wasn't destroyed. Next mission is finding, he said, then the RTN alarms tripped. Barriers across Japan experienced anomalies. Over 1,000 people simultaneously fell asleep, some voluntarily. It was no accident. It's a game, the intel had said. With freed barriers disrupted, slumber spreading, a new crisis dawned. Across Japan, 8 mysterious barriers suddenly emerged, each sprawling across vast regions. These were not entirely new. They appeared to be mutations of dormant barriers that had once quietly existed in various parts of the country. At first, when the authorities discovered them, they feared a repeat of the incident, but these barriers' expectations, they posed no obstacle to civilians who could enter and leave freely. Instead, they actively hindered sorcerers, especially those with greater power. The stronger the sorcerer, the more resistance they encountered. The initial chaos led to swift evacuations by most civilians caught inside. But the barrier's real danger wasn't just their mutated structure, it was what appeared within them. Unknown, violent, and unregistered emerged in large numbers. Alongside them were cursed spirits. The first sorcerers to enter these zones suffered heavy casualties. At the same time, another unsettling phenomenon was unfolding nationwide. Thousands of people had inexplicably fallen into a deep sleep. Initially scattered and unnoticed, the sleeping epidemic gained serious attention after an unexpected clue came from a low-ranking official known as a supervisor. This man, lacking a technique or sufficient cursed energy, was never suited to be a full-fledged sorcerer. But after the incident began, he reported a vivid dream. In it, a faceless entity asked if he wanted to join a game promising him what he desired most, a technique. If he could survive until the game's end, even without being the final winner, he would awaken with the ability he craved. Skeptical at first, he later gave in. Perhaps it was curiosity, desperation, or something else, but he followed the ritual. A hand gesture. A chant realm of false dreams guide my paths. And then sleep. He never woke up. This alarming detail confirmed the world's worst fears. If such a simple method worked for someone like him, what about the rest of the population, those with dormant cursed energy but no training? Could they too be lured into this so-called game? The answer was yes. That very realization shifted national priority. The barrier incident was critical, but this sleeping game now took precedence. Information was immediately classified. If word spread, many would undoubtedly be tempted to try it. The desire for power is rarely rational. One need only look at the attention and his allies received in recent months. Though he himself remained low profile, avoiding public spaces for some time, curious civilians had already dug up old records and grainy photos featuring him and others. Panda even joked that if any of them ran for prime minister, they'd win in a landslide, proof of how much civilians yearned for power and safety. Techniques are innate, the average person cannot simply train into them. So when news, no matter how vague, spread of a possible path to power, the impact on society's psyche was immediate. Naturally, Wen and the others caught wind of this, they held an emergency meeting. No matter what, we must investigate this further, said. Everyone agreed. The conditions for entering this game were suspiciously simple, but the potential threat was too great to ignore. En, twirling his beard with a wry smirk, muttered, "Situations like this, there's never a shortage of volunteers." And exchanged silent glances. As much as they hated to admit it was right, some people would willingly act as test subjects for a chance at power. Understood the temptation. If not for his current position, having seen the beauty and terror of the world firsthand, he, too, might have taken that offer. What about the barriers? Asked, should I head out? The others agreed. While the sleeping game demanded caution and coordination, the barriers needed urgent reconnaissance. Departed alone, heading toward the barrier closest to Tokyo. This one enveloped both urban and suburban areas and was currently the most unstable. Many casualties had already been reported there. Cursed spirits and rogue sorcerers, dubbed curse masters, roamed unchecked. As approached, he studied the barrier. It rose like an obsidian wall arching skyward until it met the clouds. He extended a hand only to be immediately repelled. He had expected resistance. The stronger one's cursed energy, the stronger the repulsion. But for who had long since mastered control over his energy, it was manageable. He activated his technique, briefly freezing time. With the interference halted, he touched the barrier again, no resistance. He passed through it as if walking through a sheet of water. The moment he entered, the air changed. Ruins stretched before him. Shattered streets, collapsed buildings, scorched walls, a battlefield ravaged by countless unseen battles. Almost immediately, he encountered roaming grade 2 and 3 cursed spirits. They moved brazenly in small groups, exorcised them without effort. Following trails of residual cursed energy, he pressed forward until he found another human. The man's tattered clothes and blood-soaked hands betrayed recent combat. Cursed flesh clung to his arms. He had just slain a spirit. He turned, spotted, and sneered. "Hey, I just want to ask you something," started. The man lunged. Not unexpected, the curse masters weren't exactly known for diplomacy. In an instant, the man's face slammed into the dirt beneath his heel. His arrogant charge had been met with overwhelming strength. He hadn't even activated his technique before being subdued. "Spare me, sir," the man coughed through broken teeth. He stepped off him and warned, "I'll let this slide once. Don't push your luck, there are plenty of others here." The man scrambled up, dusting himself off while forcing a crooked smile. "Ask away, San, I'll tell you everything." Inside, though, he was panicking. Who is this monster? Never warned us about someone like him. Motioned for him to follow, he turned his back, unworried. "Tell me what's going on here. Start with your name and don't lie." "My name is," the man said. "I'm a sorcerer from 300 years ago. I made a deal with someone named. He promised to resurrect me so I could pursue my own goals." Narrowed his eyes. 3 centuries, how? "Through incarnation," replied quietly. "Transplanted our consciousness into new hosts. We couldn't escape the barrier once revived. We're trapped inside." Frowned, the man looked modern: clothes, posture, even his dialect. But if he was telling the truth, every one of them had come back by killing an innocent host. A sense of judgment and grew uneasy. But instead of striking, simply said, "Take me to the strongest curse masters here, don't play dumb." Hesitated, then met's cold gaze. "He's not soft, I can't bluff this one." "Understood, San, follow me." Began to guide him, but internally his thoughts turned calculating. Maybe I can lead him into a trap, let him fight those monsters. Either way, I win. If he dies, great. If they die, even better. With this twisted optimism, he led toward the heart of the zone. Eventually, they reached a small town. Oddly enough, this place wasn't in ruins. The destruction was minimal, and then spotted a civilian. A middle-aged man darted in and out of a convenience store. Upon seeing the sorcerers, he panicked, clutching a steel pipe and trying to ward them off. "I'm with the authorities," said calmly. "I'm here to help." The man froze, recognition dawning. "You're..." He dropped the pipe, falling to his knees. "I thought we were done for." Helped him up, the man sobbed quietly, overwhelmed by relief. In time, learned that the man had tried to escape with his family, but was cut off when curse masters intercepted the evacuation team. Hiding in their basement, they'd evaded both enemies and spirits, barely surviving. Food had become the issue, which led him to risk venturing out. From the side commented, "They're lucky, San. Those monsters nearby cleared out most of the other threats. That's why they're still alive." Pulled out 2 protective talisman dolls from his earring and handed them to the man. "Keep these close, they'll shield you to some extent. Stay hidden and I'll come find you when I'm done." The man nearly collapsed again in gratitude. Thank you, San." As he left them, turned back to who was now practically bouncing in place, eager to see the monsters destroy each other. "This guy's schemes are too transparent. I wonder what his face will look like when I ruin his little plan." and with that thought laid eyes on them. Ryu, the sorcerer once known as the strongest cursed energy output in the date domain, and the legendary assassin from the clan's Sun Moon Star Advance team. The two ancient titans had returned, and had come to meet them not long after guiding was no longer needed, had detected a massive disturbance ahead, a towering pillar of cursed energy shooting skyward and fading near the horizon. That output, breathtakingly powerful, murmured astonished. He hesitated. Is it raw cursed energy or a technique? If the latter, it changes the calculation. Visibly nervous, offered an explanation. San, that's Ryu, one of the strongest cursed energy emitters in date domain history. Not the top-like, but still beyond most sorcerers. Soon enough, they reached their target. Ryu, dressed fashionably, sporting a pompadour reminiscent of stared at from a distance, nearly collapsed but kept pace under steady gaze. Are you the sorcerer from 4 centuries ago? Asked, jumping down from a building. You wouldn't come here alone unless you were strong. Stroked his chin. Maybe I'm here to gather intel. Tell me everything you know, maybe I'll spare you. His grin gleamed with excitement. Too bad I never got to face before he died of old age. I thought rebirth would bring old rivals, but instead I find someone even older. Suddenly, energy surged from his hairstyle. A hole-shaped glow erupted from his pompadour. Granite blast, he roared. A radiant burst smashed into the ground, carving a canyon toward, darted back, torn between fleeing and the hope of watching a fight, only remained. Unperturbed, raised his hand, time wheel reverse. The attack reversed midair, vanishing without a trace, and were stunned. Then a chilling voice echoed from above. A nearly naked woman, her body seemingly stitched with shifting space, descended from the sky. Her skin was so pale her pupils seemed absent. She announced. I'd rather talk than fight, Pompadour man. Called out, technically you're centuries older, I should call you. A smile froze, she seethed. Then she lashed out, bending space in her hand and rising above her teammate. His face lit with a wicked grin. So your technique only boosts output? Let me show you mine again. His hair flared and granite blast lit up the sky once more. This time, let the blow crash toward him. Both and watched in disbelief as the energy simply passed through until appeared behind them. He's gone. Hesitated midair, her keen perception failed her. Spun around and snapped, time control, his technique is time control. And confirmed them both. I reversed your attack, then casually walked here, no tricks. His eyes widened. Even someone who had faced eclipsing nightmares like and top assassins had never encountered a technique quite like this. Her thoughts raced. He's not just strong, he's at a different level. Offered a deal. You have 1 minute, don't run or team up, fight me but don't die. If I win, you cooperate and answer my questions. It'll save me another trip. And exchanged a glance. They craved combat, not death, they agreed. Domain expansion, woven glass sky. A kaleidoscope of warping air framed them. Trees and buildings curled and refracted. Stepped in, touching the boundary with curiosity. Everything stretched before him, but his limbs remained real, untorn. A spatial distortion, visual not physical, he murmured. Taunted, you can't even touch me, this is my domain. Suddenly launched another attack from behind the distortion. Responded, I'll make you truly lose, and activated time wheel spin. Cursed energy poured forth, drained, restored, and unleashed again in a raw display of power. His eyes widened. This was the first time he'd seen someone match his own output. Their energy clashed in a blinding storm, a shockwave sweeping away debris, yet's domain held firm. Again roared. He launched a triple granite blast. Cracks spidered across the ground, stones shattered, and light exploded. Met it head-on, smiling as he raised his hand once more, time wheel spin. His technique, that fearful power to manipulate time, collided with the raw might of ancient titans. And as the world quivered in that moment's domain still crackled with energy even as the shockwaves hit it repeatedly. Ryu's offensive might was raw and relentless, his pure cursed energy output, ferocious recovery, and total reserves were enough to obliterate weaker opponents without needing a refined technique. His power made it seem as though every strike was his technique. So how could possess comparable output and a defensive technique that could nullify Ryu's blow, piece together the clues, was alternately accelerating his energy output, then revering its state to replenish, enabling ceaseless offense, and just as intriguingly, the ability to negate Ryu's power entirely. Launched her attack, and fractures blossomed across the space-warping curtains of her domain, converging on. The impact struck like static lightning, silent, powerful, and subtle, far different from Ryu's roaring blasts. A space-based technique deduced. Then without warning, he formed the seal and executed time wheel, reverse, halting's attack along with a fresh wave of Ryu's cursed energy. In that instant, reality felt like it rewound. But cursed energy, unlike flesh, isn't undone, it's displaced. Exploited this, dispelling the technique midstream. The energy spiraled out of control and detonated near. Ryu staggered and hastily reinforced her domain, warping its walls to contain the explosion, only to inadvertently redirect the blast toward herself. From his lips came another reverse, and the redirected attack vanished entirely. With the battlefield cleared, summoned No, the sacred sword, and sprinted toward Ryu, who emerged beaten but defiant. "A damn it break," Ryu roared. A devastating surge of cursed energy erupted from him, a beam powerful enough to crumble stone and hollow wood, but met it head-on. The sword's blade intersected the energy, slicing it in two as effortlessly as cutting through mist. Ryu was repelled, the beam splintered around him. Then struck, a fist, shrouded in blacklit energy, plowed into Ryu's defense. Broken teeth rained from Ryu's mouth, his cursed energy guard shattered, pressed the advantage, slamming him hard into the ground. "A 5 seconds," said coolly. Above's domain trembled under strain. Blood dripped from her brows as she fought to maintain it. Her technique, the power to mold space like canvas, was draining her fast. But she refused to yield. The sky and earth blurred around her, a painted apocalypse. With her domain breaking down, she prepared her final move. A 3-2 time stop. Everything froze. In that stillness became the singular force in the world. He leapt skywards in a graceful arc and grabbed by the throat. Descending, he slammed her to the ground, cursed sword piercing her shoulder. Time resumed. The domain shattered, reality snapped back, gasped for breath, pinned beneath's weight, her domain gone. "A domain, how did it shatter?" she wheezed. Sat beside her, sword at the ready. 1 minute, now talk, start with who is he? Glared at him, her fate, she realized, had been written from the start. "I didn't know who he was," she spat. "When I was dying, he offered me resurrection, a deal too good to refuse, rebirth in exchange for loyalty." She explained that had promised reincarnation, and that her mission as elite assassin of the Sun Moonstar Squad under the had fueled her remorseless path. A battered nearby nodded and added, "Can shift bodies, he's survived centuries. He popped up before me with different faces, and that stitching on his head matches." As mind raced, his body's vessel, 6 eyes account, the pieces aligned. "I don't think bro watched Red JJK in his past life." Now they face new questions and closing barriers. "What's the barrier's secret? How do we break it?" demanded. Answered weary, "Kill all reincarnated sorcerers, or maybe just most. The barrier grows weaker the more death occurs. You're trapped alone until enough die, it's a war zone." She paused. Spirits and sorcerers die, their energy is absorbed, fueling the barrier, it's a trap, a sacrificial puzzle intended by. Removed his sword from both of them, healing them with terse calm. 8 barriers, 8 slaughterhouses, perfect plan. "Don't die," he told them. "I'm going to report this and end it." And Ryu, battered and defeated, fell silent. exited the barrier, delivering survivors to containment units outside. He called. Dream realms confirmed. Some personnel are awakening and they've grabbed intel on it too. Exhaled barriers, resurrection, a game of sleep, all pipes leading back to. The next move would define the world. This is a killing game. Everyone who enters the dream realm will have 1,000 lives. The first time a killer kills someone, they will awaken their technique in this illusory world. After that, every time they kill someone, their technique will grow stronger. You can think of it as them competing for a certain energy. The killed person will lose energy and their technique will weaken. Conversely, the more times they kill, the more energy they gain and the stronger their technique becomes. It is said that once they reach a certain level and become the so-called winners, they will awaken their technique in reality upon waking from the dream. Those who enter the dream realm cannot voluntarily exit until their kill count reaches 100. At this point, they will have one choice: either lose everything and wake from the dream, or continue playing the game and pursue the power they long for from the void of the dream. His words echoed through the room, and the others wore solemn expressions while held a half-burnt cigarette between her fingers, several cigarette butts already scattered at her feet. Looked at the man lying on the hospital bed in the room. He was a somewhat haggard, deranged man, now deeply asleep under the influence of medication. He was one of the personnel responsible for entering the dream realm to gather intelligence. His name was a third-grade sorcerer. While he might seem weak in terms of strength, he was chosen for his rare quality. He was an absolutely upright, kind, and dutiful sorcerer. But precisely because of this, in order to escape the dream realm, he underwent an unknown struggle, ultimately destroying 100 lives with his own hands, even though it wasn't real killing. And when he emerged from the dream realm, after nearly incoherently repeating the intelligence he gathered, he broke down. After his examination, no physical abnormalities were found on him. The final diagnosis was that only his mind had issues. When first returned, was merely muttering some words with vacant eyes, most of which were confessions for those he had killed. After explaining the general situation to, continued, the most important thing about this dream realm is that its time flow is different from reality. Our personnel have been in there for about 10 days, but only less than half a day has passed in reality. I'm afraid that soon, or perhaps already, there will be final survivors inside. And what role will those people play in the upcoming changes? Whether they can truly awaken their techniques and wake up in reality. Looked at, then laid out their planned strategy. The method of entering it currently seems safe enough, so we are now preparing to dispatch our main forces into the dream realm to stop this game. Then's expression faltered for a rare moment. There's something I need to tell you. She has been confirmed to have entered the dream realm. Although his expression didn't change much, his gaze and posture shifted the moment he heard this news. Also knew his temperament. In such matters, he would always act with unstoppable determination. Listen to me, whether your technique will even work in there is a question, and the barrier incident outside also requires your strength. So, and I will both go into the dream realm, leaves matter to us. Remained silent. Theoretically, he should have complete trust in Sensei's arrangements. With there, the determination to rescue should not be underestimated, plus Sensei. The situation in the dream realm had not been fully investigated. Strength was limited, and the intelligence he could obtain was only the most basic game rules. He had no ability to access some unknown restrictions beyond that. Therefore, it was actually somewhat risky for to go in personally. The best choice would have been for experienced first-grade sorcerers to enter first, and only when the higher rules of the dream realm were understood or the situation became most dangerous would the few existing special-grade sorcerers enter. The barriers in reality could be anticipated, but this was a dream. Although most of the rules superficially resembled reality, the fact that everyone had 1,000 lives was unrealistic enough, and this inevitably led to the worst thought in everyone's minds, that even a special grade could die in this dream world. A thump. The door was gently knocked, then pushed it open. Seeing's expression, he guessed that the latter had probably already learned about his sister from Sensei. A sensei, we should move. Patted his shoulder as he passed him, then walked over to, ready to leave with him and begin preparations to enter the dream realm. At this moment's voice rang out behind them. Then I'll leave it to you, you must succeed, we finally found the culprit behind's coma. Compared to inside, the flow of time in the real world is very slow. If you don't come out quickly, I will make the same choice as you. Looked at, forcing a smile, I'll greet my sister for you, you just wait patiently outside. Give me a chance to show what I can do. Their figures then disappeared into the corridor, and also bid farewell to and, as the barrier matters still required his attention. Let's go. Accompanying them were, and several other. People from Kyoto were also in action, and in his group were responsible for the barriers distributed across the greater part of the country's lower regions. Their purpose on this trip was singular: to prevent the ancient from killing each other as much as possible, by any means necessary, maximizing the reduction of their death toll. The simplest way to achieve this was to force them to make short-term binding vows, thus creating an overwhelming power disparity against most of them. Therefore, in this operation, apart from and everyone else would operate in teams, striving to achieve partial objectives. Difficult targets could even be left for and his group to handle. Communication with the outside world is impossible within the domain, so it will be troublesome for Maki and the supervisors already on standby around the barrier. They will enter and exit the barrier to provide two-way contact. Amidst the roaring of fan blades, explain the communication issues to everyone. They were now aboard an official transport helicopter, having arrived at the first barrier. Are you ready? After the cabin door opened, a fierce wind howled in, then grabbed and Panda while jumped onto his back. After sealing the transport helicopter in place with amber, immediately jumped down without hesitation. Under the force of gravity, along with the three others, embraced the earth. The howling wind tore at their hearing at that moment, making even Panda's shouts indistinct. Looking down from the sky, the presence of the barrier on the ground was still astonishing. As they approached the ground, their vision gradually became obscured by the massive barrier. Even with extensive experience, he felt a surge of emotion at that moment. If they were to crash directly into the top of the barrier without taking any measures, their only fate would be to fall to their deaths. The panda couldn't help but remind, we're about to land. Oh, salmon. Listened to their chaotic shouts in the wind, but he just opened his mouth and his words were torn apart by the wind. But the action was visibly real. In that instant, an invisible domain expanded without its center, and time within it ceased its march. Then, along with the three similarly static individuals, passed through the top of the barrier without hindrance, continuing their descent towards the true ground. Just as they were about to make intimate contact with the ground, deactivated his technique, then shouted, now, who had been briefed beforehand, quickly pulled his parachute as soon as time resumed its flow. The momentum of their fall was instantly, and this low altitude naturally couldn't impede them. In fact, to land more quickly, they even voluntarily cut their parachute cords, then landed effortlessly on the ground. For anything, contact the outside world through the relevant personnel. Immediately left with Panda and to execute the plan whilst technique recovery quickly finished. After time reversal acted upon him, in the next instant, he was back on the transport helicopter. A next barrier. After sending the others into the barriers using the same method, finally arrived at the target he was to handle. In reality, he had made one less trip, after finishing her tasks, didn't immediately return to High, and the sudden barrier incident had delayed her. Upon learning about the barriers, she also entered the nearest one to her. Her method of entry was quite violent, forcibly tearing a temporary opening. Barriers impede, but they are not absolute. Otherwise, such a restriction would surely have more stringent conditions. In fact, and could also do this, but since they were already there, and the latter's method was actually more convenient. After falling into the target barrier he was responsible for, in a hurry, used his technique immediately after recovering, beginning to search for traces of the ancient. Often, when he found them, these were either fighting cursed spirits alone or several were engaged in a melee. Would instantly subdue them in a time null state, then release his technique. Then pressing no against their throats and telling them their predicament in a few words, most people, under the sudden subjugation and threat of death, made the most correct choice. After all, it was only a short-term binding vow and its content was not overly demanding. But just as expected, there would always be some deranged individuals who tried to do something. However, at this point, had no time to waste words with them, especially since many of them were curse masters. With a display of force, even other wavering immediately changed their minds, and only needed to complete binding vows with nearly half of the. The content of the binding vow also included that if they saw other disruptive, they would need to stop them and make them form the same binding vow. To make them willing, the content of the binding vow was actually quite simple. The agreed-upon time was only 3 days, and they could also retaliate if enemies threatened them, but they could not cause death or harm to potentially existing ordinary people. Although they were also bewildered under the strong suppression, most still agreed to make the binding vow. After all, the fate of those who refused or thought they were smart enough to try tricks was clearly visible. Time passed quickly, had already completed the first barrier, achieving the goal of preventing most deaths. As he was about to go elsewhere, he received contact from personnel inside the barrier. There's a message from the rear. Who was just about to leave the barrier, received a call from principal after exiting. And the others haven't come out yet, but he passed on intelligence through someone who woke up. He said they've found, and she's also controlling her technique well inside. Also, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that is still powerful inside, and he should be able to stop the game from unfolding. But the bad news is the first round of the game has ended, and the winners are nowhere to be found, including their bodies in reality. After indicating he understood, sighed in relief, then rushed to the next barrier, wondering where those winners in the dream realm had gone. One must know that according to the game rules, each of their so-called winners must have personally killed at least hundreds or thousands of people. Even if this was just a game, it was incomparable to games on computer screens. One could glean a bit from his experience. The slaughter within the dream realm would likely be so realistic as to be indistinguishable from reality. Otherwise, the former wouldn't have suffered a mental breakdown from self-interrogation. And what about those winners? They, of course, truly knew that they were slaughtering their own kind. Even if they could hypnotize themselves into believing they had more than one life, did their hearts truly never consider the inevitable outcome for those who lost all their lives? No, they had to think about it, because the rules of the game were automatically known to everyone when a player entered the dream realm. In other words, any winner who could survive to the end, those who were originally ordinary people, they would all be curse masters in the true sense of the word. They would be killers lost in power, viewing others' lives as mere trifles. And their whereabouts, of course, also needed to be confirmed, but quickly learned the whereabouts of these winners from a voice message forwarded by. I'm in big trouble over here. A super troublesome ancient and several. The moment opened his eyes, he was met with a familiar sky stretched over rows of towering buildings. The steel giants loomed on either side of a street, forming an artificial canyon beneath the open sky. He lay on the asphalt, the coarse sensation against his back startling in its realism. Every bump in the pavement, every scrape of friction through his clothes felt tangible, too real. As his mind sharpened, quickly got to his feet, eyes narrowing with caution. He hadn't forgotten this was the dream realm, a domain where people hunted each other in the name of power. What lay before him looked uncannily like a real-world street. The surrounding shops still had lights on, though eerily devoid of life. No workers, no sounds, no signs of anyone else. A large screen hung at a nearby intersection, not displaying ads, but a simple map and a fluctuating number 1754. As stared at it, the number dropped to 1752, his eyes darkened. Players, that was the number of remaining participants. 2 had already been eliminated. Then footsteps echoed down the empty street. He didn't have time to hide. The source of the sound was moving directly toward him. There found him. 5 figures emerged, each armed with crude weapons like baseball bats and knives. Their expressions were fanatical, eyes gleaming with twisted anticipation. "Boss, that guy looks familiar," one murmured. "Isn't he a sorcerer? I think I saw him in one of those live broadcasts." The leader faltered for a second, but his sneer returned quickly. "So what? They're all the same in here. Kill him once and he'll respawn. Come on, don't you want to make a name for yourselves?" They weren't backing down, not after already taking lives. There was no turning back for them. Surrounded didn't show fear. The truth was he couldn't sense his technique here. His connection to cursed energy was faint, distant. But that didn't matter. His instincts, his experience, his combat skills, none of that had been lost. Judging by their cheap weapons and disorganized movements, these thugs were likely weak. If they had real power, they wouldn't still be swinging store-bought blades. No mercy. They had already forsaken their humanity. If spared, they'd only continue killing others for strength. The wind howled as dashed forward, dodging a wild swing from a bat. He crashed into the attacker's chest, ripped the bat from his hands using a grappling move, then drove it into the man's gut with a heavy thud. The alloy bat whistled with each strike. Another rushed in with a knife, but their swordplay was laughably poor, with precision battering them down one by one. Their form was sloppy. None of them had proper training, just brute strength and desperation. It was street fighting, nothing more. Within seconds, all 5 were either unconscious or groaning on the ground. Yet even then, they scrambled to their feet, murder still in their eyes, as if pain and death didn't register at all. His eyes narrowed. He didn't hesitate. With precise strikes, he incapacitated all 5 permanently this time. One by one, their bodies began to shimmer, then disappeared completely, blood, weapons, and all. And then they reappeared. Just like that. Unharmed, standing exactly where they had been. They immediately snatched their weapons off the ground and charged at him again. With a surge of limited cursed energy summoned, the divine dog emerged in a flash of blue light, teeth bared and growling. Despite the strain, it was enough. Pounced, tearing through the attackers with savage precision, gave no quarter, commanding to eliminate them quickly. This time they vanished and didn't return. He knew the rule now. When a player died, they could choose where to respawn. If they didn't reappear, they'd chosen a different location entirely, likely far away. Exhaled. He looked back at the screen, still hundreds of players left, and pressed on in the direction it indicated. The dream realm felt too real. If not for the absence of hunger or the fact there was no sun in the sky, one could easily mistake it for reality and lose themselves in it. He noticed something else. The city wasn't infinite. As he navigated and compared locations to the displayed map, he realized the area was confined, large enough to explore but still with boundaries. He encountered another group, not attackers this time, they were being hunted. Without hesitation, intervened, dispatching the hunters and saving the two survivors. Even after realizing who he was, the attackers still tried to fight, ended them quickly. The two he rescued explained that not everyone here had turned into hunters. Some, like them, were just trying to survive. There had once been a group of survivors, an actual organization, but it was torn apart when a powerful hunter appeared, one who had slaughtered dozens, gaining overwhelming strength from the kills. Because the survivors refused to kill, they had no defense. The result was a massacre. These two were among the few who escaped. It took them along, learning more about the dream realm as they moved. Apparently, the city was looped. Walk far enough and you'd return to where you started, just like circling a planet. As his cursed energy gradually returned, strength grew. The hunters that followed were no match for him. He began to build a group, starting with 2, then 5, then over 30 people. When he suggested they wait in hiding while he searched for, none agreed. They chose to follow him. He allowed it. But then it happened. A wolf gave a warning growl. A figure appeared at the end of the street, thin, grinning, eyes gleaming with cruel intent. Immediately sensed it, this was no ordinary opponent. My name is Remember It. No time for talk, he charged directly at, fist glowing with cursed energy. But something was off. His speed was deceptive, fast in approach, yet oddly slow when attacking. Dodged, lunged, but defense was lightning quick, too quick. Struck again, blocked. Again, blocked. And then hurled aside with raw force. Watched closely, the man's defense was flawless, but his attacks strangely sluggish. Was it part of his technique? Could it be he's trading offensive speed for defensive reflexes? He began experimenting, switching up his rhythm. The pattern held, could block anything, but his attacks came slow, predictable. Then it changed. After a dozen failed attacks, his next strike suddenly became a blur. The fist thought he dodged smashed into him with bone-cracking force. A boom. Glass shattered, the air exploded, was launched through a building wall buried in rubble. Growled, standing between the dust cloud and the approaching. The man grinned, eyes gleaming with madness. Come on, show me how strong you really are. Continued, most overseas, as they're called, aren't affiliated with any government. Curses are rare abroad, so foreign states never formed countersystems like ours. But now, he looked around the room. Now someone's pulled the veil back, and we're not just dealing with curses anymore, we're dealing with nations. Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.